Why are we not streaming, dude? What's going on? What's the problem?
Caesar, what's up?
I can smell not just archetype from a mile off. Racing, my friend. Cars, not beautiful cars, but fast, man, fast.
What are you talking about?
Street racers from San Fierro. They meet out here to tear up the blacktop. No chota choppers. You want to make some money?
Just the Pope shit in the woods.
Why you keep asking me that, Holmes? I told you, I don't know. What Holiness does his business is his
terrified because he would shot
Just
them
get a
and
fast
hit
car
them.
and meet me in Kendall just south of Montgomery.
So this
See you,
Howard
man.
Rubin guy, I mean, see, this is when you got to admire Jeffrey Epstein. You know? Now, by the way, let's see what Howard Rubin gets. Let's see if Howard Rubin really gets anything, or if it's one of those like, hey, you were wrong, but you're a good man. He's got a family and a business. He shocked a few women, and he thought about killing one.
Car insurance companies.
But I mean, maybe the judge will just basically go, Mr. Rubin, who amongst us hasn't set up a sex dungeon in Manhattan? Who amongst us hasn't electrocuted a woman or two? Who amongst us has not hired a hitman? It is not about falling down, sir. It's how you get back up. It is how you get back up. So I want you to put all this behind you. Time served, pay some fines, do a couple of nights in the pokey, and then you walk back onto that trading floor, sir, and you hold your head high. You hold your head high because every man dies, but not every man really lives. I think it's going to be something like that. The judge will quote Braveheart to him. There's something that tells me the judge is going to quote Braveheart when he sentences him to 4 days. You're going 4 days, time served, walk him to the jail. He gets it. We're making him fly over Rikers. Look down at it. He gets it. He knows he did the wrong thing. His assistant, Jennifer Powers, is it Jennifer? I gotta stop using these wrong names. I think it is, right? His assistant, Jennifer Powers, was arrested at her home in Southlake, Texas, and is scheduled to appear in U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Texas. She is also charged with bank fraud in connection with alleged misrepresentations she made to a bank while financing the mortgage for her and her husband's home. Well, to add insult to injury, they want a substantial bail package for Powers. If convicted of sex trafficking, Rubin and Powers each face a maximum possible sentence of life in prison and a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years in prison. Well, let's see if they're convicted of that. Or if maybe they spread a little money around. You're a good man and you made a mistake. I'm a good man. You're a good man. He just walks right out of the court. He's like singing and dancing. I'm a good man. I was led astray. We love you.
Is your dog ready to be a Quattro dog? For full safety information, side effects, and warnings, click Learn More or visit CordeliaQuattroLabel.com. Consult your vet or call 1-888-545-5973.
Rubin was sued in November 2017 by two self-identified Playboy models and another model in Florida who claimed they were beaten, sexually abused, and raped by Rubin in multiple incidents in New York City in 2016. He's a problem. He's a little bit of a problem. This is my surmise. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss any of the excitement this season on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. The football season is coming up, and I'm telling you right now, you need to start winning. Some examples of wins. Saquon Barkley, more or less than 1 rushing touchdown. Joe Burrow, more or less 2.5 passing touchdowns. Josh Allen, more or less than 270 passing yards. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. Prize Picks is also the best way to get action on sports in more than 40 states, including California, Texas, and Georgia. Prize Picks puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more. For quick and easy deposit in your account this football season, Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. Join millions of users and sign up today. Download the app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about one of the great cities in our country that's having problems, Los Angeles. Now, if you remember, the year started with some really, really bad fires in several areas of Los Angeles. Altadena, by Pasadena, Malibu, and the Pacific Palisades. Now, realtors in Los Angeles have had to really step their game up because people are worried. Is the soil in Malibu safe? Is the water safe? Will our children be able to grow up in a healthy environment? So many of the realtors now are educating people about reconstruction, about the debris, about elements of the disaster. So I want to play right now. I was very impressed by this. Here is a Los Angeles real estate agent explaining to people. This is, sure, it's an advertisement for a home, but it really is an education about rebuilding, about community, and about public safety. Take it away. Well, that's good because you know what it is? A lot of people are kind of sidestepping a lot of these bigger questions, but he's taking it head on, which I think is very important. There's a lot of uncertainty, and I think that it's very easy for people to just kind of sidestep, but you have all of that in there. It's very important. Our good friends at Palantir, Peter Thiel, and our good friends at Palantir, Peter Thiel, Satan, and many others, are looking to expand Palantir into being a lifestyle brand because what they've realized... Well, Peter Thiel, by the way, came out recently and said that regulating AI hastens the Antichrist. When Ross Douthat at the New York Times was like, hey, don't you think, like, if people were looking at who would be the Antichrist, it might be you? And he's like, actually, it would be Greta Thunberg. Now, Greta Thunberg may or may not be annoying, but it is interesting that Peter Thiel thinks that some chick on a flotilla trying to bring rice to Gaza is more likely to be Satan than the guy building autonomous drone armies. But again, I'm not a theologist. Now, Peter Thiel, get this up, Palantir is going to become a lifestyle brand. Peter Thiel has realized that the focus has been for too long on drones and Satan. And I think they probably had a meeting at Palantir and they said, Peter, you know, everything with you is facial recognition software and the devil. Why don't you branch out? So what they're trying to do right now is rebrand Palantir so that it's kind of like a fun Lululemon. So it's kind of like, you know, probably it involves some wearables. Defense tech giant Palantir is selling t-shirts and tote bags as part of a bid to encourage fans to publicly endorse it. Palantir Palantir is sick of the bad press. They're sick of people pointing out that they're exporting technology all over the world for the purposes of death. They want to change that image. They want it to be cool. A Palantir shirt, a tote, a hoodie. The game is merch. Turn Palantir into a lifestyle. Surveillance is a lifestyle. Mass death is a lifestyle. The big picture. The Denver-based company releases new merch online last Thursday as part of a push by leadership to transform it into a lifestyle brand. The launch took place a week before the prototype of Palantir's new tracking tool created for ICE is expected. Palantir has a new tracking tool that will be used for to track immigrants, and just them, by the way. It's a peculiar strategy for a company that's inked billions in defense contracts with the federal government and drawn scrutiny over its escalated role within the Trump administration. Folks, you can't build a digital police state without selling a tote bag. This is how crazy everything's become. Can't you just be evil? Can anyone just be evil anymore?
All right, fool.
Can't anything just be evil? You can't. Everybody wants to be applauded for doing the worst things ever. No one can just do them and make lots of money. They also have to be, like, applauded in the public square and loved. They want to be cool. You did it. You're doing all the things. Your dreams have come true. You're identifying and killing people all over the planet with your technology. Your company's doing it. The company you started is identifying targets and helping unmanned autonomous drones fire at those targets all over the world. You're surveilling people. You're using facial recognition technology. Isn't it enough that you've made your dreams come true? You've made your dreams come true. Every young kid walking around Stanford wants to do what you've done. Put his fellow citizens in a digital cage and then finally eliminate their physical beings. But you did it! Hard work, determination, believing in yourself. You know the shit Gary Vee talks about. Betting on yourself. You know, hustle, grind. You did it! You're gonna put the country in a digital prison, and the people that step out of line are gonna get vaporized with your technology. You did it. Sitting in a dorm room as a young guy with a couple of buddies talking about the possibilities of tech, and here we are. Here we are. All of us reduced to a set of facial characteristics, a threat profile. How beautiful. A digital file with all of our health data, a protest we've attended, a police record, public intoxication.
How to addict you, man.
Weren't you the wild man? All
want to
of
know
it
what you like.
stored by the government. It's beautiful.
You want to know your likes
Why do you
and
need
your
to sell tote
dislikes.
bags? Why do people have to be happy about their imprisonment? Why must people be? This is the thing I hate about the tech people, and then I actually feel this is why I got to throw my hat in with the finance guys, even Mr. Rubin, because at the end of the day, finance people just wanted to take your shit. They didn't need you to feel good about them doing it. They didn't need to be applauded for doing it. They just wanted to take the things that you had and keep them for themselves. But Palantir can't handle the fact that people have soured on them. So they're constantly trying to get people interested in their brand by giving lectures on the Antichrist and by doing shirts and tote bags. It's edgy. Ooh, you can piss people off with a Palantir shirt. Ooh, those libtards at Christmas are gonna get mad when you walk in with a Palantir hat. How's your stock doing? It's pathetic. By the way, it's pathetic. You're gonna be an edgelord with Palantir. You're gonna edgelord with a Palantir shirt, you loser. It's ridiculous. It's insane. See
My
if you can
bad,
get one
homie.
3X for me. Have him send it. Ironically, but the point is, the Palantir Aura Ring involves a partnership where Palantir provides infrastructure and security for Aura's enterprise platform for the DoD rather than a partnership agreement. So this is wearable. That's coming. They want the wearables. They want the wearables. That is coming. They are building this with Trump, with taxpayer money. They know the dollar's going to crash. They know we're headed into a world war. They know AI is going to be very disruptive to jobs over the next 10 years. They're going to have to quell massive civil unrest. I hate to beat a dead horse here. I don't want to. I don't want to keep saying all this, but it's all true. This is what's happening. And I know this, I hear this from smart people, and so do you. It's not like I know anything you don't. It's just what it is. Everybody knows this. Everyone feels it. We don't only know it, we feel it in our bones. And we have to renegotiate our relationship with these people. I'm very interested in politicians who want to renegotiate our relationship with these people, our Bill of Rights in this new digital age. I'm very interested in politicians who want to talk about that. Left, right, or center, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if it's AOC or Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care who it is. If you're interested in renegotiating American people's ability to opt out of certain things or to be protected digitally, now, of course, it's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult, but that's what interests me. Those are the issues that interest me. They're going to make gay marriage and abortion look like a joke pretty soon, or whatever other cultural issues that people want to fight about, trans, bathrooms or whatever it is. This is coming. It's coming very quickly. That's what interests me. The politician who steps up and goes, I understand the genie's out of the bottle and we can't put AI back in its box, but why are we not thinking about ways to regulate AI? Why are we not thinking about privacy? Why are we not thinking about a human being's God-given right to live unmolested by extreme surveillance technology? Nobody has any interest in that. In fact, Peter Thiel's going, you're Satan if you try to stop my product. You try to limit artificial intelligence, you try to regulate it in any way, you're Satan. You're Satan. We need progress in America. America's about progress. It's about being progress. Stop riding on the bullets, folks. This shooting with the ice thing.
$9,000 down there.
I don't know. Somebody wrote on that bullet. I don't even know if that's a real thing. What's going on with this? Before I get out of here, you anti-ice. I don't know. That just doesn't feel real. What's going on with this Tyler Robinson? What do we think? What do we think's going on here? I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. Is this an organized thing? Is something else happening? Is it Trantifa? I don't even know what that is, but it's my favorite word. I'm going as Halloween as Trantifa. But Candace says she's got big stuff going. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what she's uncovered. I'm not doing the investigating. What the hell do I know? Rogan made a point about the gun. Maybe so. I'm not a marksman. I don't know these things. What I am saying is that what I do know is geopolitics, culture. I know a fair amount about the way these things have happened other places. I'm not an expert in the forensics or in the bullet and this and that. I don't know anything about that, and I'll never pretend to. What I do know is the way these things have been done other places, other countries, including our own. You can recognize disinformation. You've read enough books and you've seen enough stuff. You can start seeing the zone, flood the zone with disinfo and weird info, and nobody quite knows easily disprovable stuff. After 9/11, it was like, there are no buildings, there was a hologram, and you're like, what? What? Planes, there were holograms. You start going, well, no one thinks that. Who are you? Who are you working for? Why are you saying that? Everybody else is making real points and wondering about certain easily answerable questions that can't be answered, and then someone will always come out and say something ridiculous, and that's disinfo. It's called flooding the zone. Now, I don't know what info is good and what isn't. That is the point. of these campaigns. I just know that Kash Patel is an idiot. Dan Bongino, I think, is probably a good guy, but he's in over his head. We talked about the FBI, they're the most corrupt organization in the country. They're one of them. The CIA and the FBI are incredibly corrupt. You will not know what's going on. And the Trump administration is corrupt as well, by the way. I'm not removing the label of corruption from that administration, by the way, which is, it's quite obvious at this point that they're hiding things. But the FBI's behavior in this case is not making anybody feel good. I know very smart people who don't know what's going on. This is like, no, literally. I get in trouble on this show because I'll tell you, I just got fired from Saudi Arabia. I don't keep my mouth shut. I care deeply about the show being good. And I talk to smart people, and I talk to connected people, and I talk to people that are high up in certain things. And I'm telling you, people don't know. Genuinely. When the drone thing happened, people didn't know. We think they're ours. Remember those drones over those Jersey Bay? We think they're ours. A couple of them could be China. We don't know. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember
ship
that.
that's Iranian ship off the coast. Yep. People like, that's bullshit. And then somebody said, well, there was
in
actually
a violation of our, I don't know what you
the
call it,
people that I have
national
talked to about
mental
this
health
are,
security.
they
Jesus,
truly
dude.
do not know, which is a little scary. You'd want them to know.
Yeah, a little scary.
Some of the people I'm talking to,
Shit
you'd
in the sky.
want to know.
Don't know what it is. Yeah, that's
You
a little
want
scary.
them to go, I 100% know X, or I 100% know Y. But they're not saying that.
They're not
They're
saying anything.
Well,
Yep.
I loved Charlie, and I loved his wife, and, I'm being respectful, and I don't know. And I have feelings that are weird. And I have suspicions that are odd. And that's coming from very smart people, very connected people, people that they don't know, and are saying we don't know. And it's not the vice president, it's nobody in the administration, I'll say that. So I know the news will pick this up, and they'll be like, Tim Dillon, whoa. It's no one in the administration, but it's all right outside of it, baby. It's right outside. So people going, I don't know. I don't know. Scary thing to hear. Weird thing to hear.
The dude we voted not to wage
Weird thing
war
to hear.
renamed the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of War.
Make of it what you will.
Secretary of War.
What you will.
That's all I have to say. Yep.
They've already fired me from Riyadh. I hope everyone has fun in Riyadh. I hope everyone enjoys it. I hope everyone enjoys it. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Fatima,
what do you
bro.
want me to do, baby cakes?
That's all I know.
Daddy will be in Montecito. It's the only town with dignity left in this goddamn dump of a country. Sitting there in a restaurant, median age 81.
Man, where is this guy?
78 to 81, median age, and just a slow, a nice
Hey, I've been waiting
3-hour
forever,
meal
man. Where the hell you
while the
been?
sun sets on the
Sorry,
eucalyptus
Holmes. I had no
trees.
idea when the race would be.
Right, you just happened to
Walk into
show up
Oprah's
5 minutes after
backyard and
everybody
she
else. Huh?
chooses
When the
one of us to
gasoline runs through your
ritually
vein like a
sacrifice
burning
and cuts our
passion,
throat from year to
you
year.
know when it's
And
time
we
to
bleed
race.
onto the
I think you're
soil
getting high on
so
that
new
country
life
air,
will
man.
come.
Hey,
At
CJ,
least
look.
that's what I hear.
You haven't been to one of our meets before. Where you from, friend?
I'm from
But I
Grove
don't
Street
really
family.
know
Los
about
Santos.
this Kirk thing.
What's happening?
I'm not commenting because I don't know.
This isn't a
I
parade,
could
pal.
easily see it
But
being
you know,
something
we
more
gotta
than
be
what they
careful.
say it is.
Wootsie
I
my
could
friends call me
easily
Wootsy.
see it
How
being
you
more
do?
than furries and Trantifa and,
CJ.
Frankenstein.
Carl Johnson.
The Mummy,
Listen, out here we like to race for cash
Halloween,
or pink slips.
Dracula.
Racer's choice. Get your car
Can you
started.
get-
We're about to go.
Can you get?
Good luck, Carl Johnson.
Is there any way to get a copyright-free
Something real
version of
strange
Monster
about to
Mash?
do, man.
Or
Be
no
careful,
way?
CJ.
For sure.
I mean, it's such a ubiquitous song to me. It feels like Happy Birthday. It feels like they should have one. Oh, interesting. Maybe. Every time. And by the way, maybe the right wing is correct about it being Trantifa. Every time they talk about Trantifa, I hear this song in my head. Every time. they're furries. They're trannies and they're furries. And they're Marxists. And they're trannies. And they're furries. And they're Marxists. This is what I hear. And it's just a bunch of, like, doctors performing an operation on, like, a tranny furry. This is what I hear. And it could be that. It could be that. Or, could be something else. Could be something else. And there's a lot of people out there that just don't quite have a feeling. Some of them have feelings that are bad about it. That it was it clearly was an assassination, but that it was a hit. And it wasn't a random Trantifa furry. But we don't know. Keep watching, Candace is going hard. She's really doing the investigative, whatever, and it goes in different places with her. You know what I mean? We don't know which way it's going to go, but supposedly she got like a big, play this. See what she's doing. Because a couple of days ago, she said Gossamer did it. Get up, Gossamer, hit image. Gossamer and hit image. A few days ago, and I think she was kind of going left here, hit image now. Get him up. She said Gossamer. She said Gossamer did it a couple of days ago. So, sure. Now, I don't know. But play her video now because she is talking to people. She seems to care more about this than the FBI. Candace.
Okay, I didn't want to leave you guys on a crazy weekend cliffhanger. I needed to get that information out as soon as possible. Obviously, you can probably see that I received some information, a communication, which answered a lot of questions that the public has had about the story, or rather the non-story that we are getting from the feds. The push that Tyler Robinson is this lone shooter, which they're trying to establish as a fact. Some of the burning questions that we had, okay, well, if he turned himself in, how did he also not confess? I now have the answers to that. The main point, the reason why this information came to me, is because there's a narrative being spun right now by the media that Tyler Robinson is or was suicidal. That is not true. And that's a very scary thing when suddenly they're saying he's suicidal and, he's in solitary.
Right. All right. So Monday, she's going to have a lot of it. Her skin always looks insanely good. Not one blemish ever. It's amazing. It's really insane. She's going to have it Monday, and we'll go from there. I don't know. I know a few people that are looking into it but haven't figured anything out. When you have something like this, you really got to do, actual, journalism. You got to get people to call you and people to, So, I don't know, I don't know what her sources are or who's giving her the info or what the info is, but I do think she was friends with Charlie and she's really taking this very personally and really wants, to leave no stone unturned. That's my impression, truly, that she really wants to get some closure there. And, but again, I don't have the, I'm not out there on, doing that, I forget what they call it, gumshoe reporting. What do they call this, gumshoe? There's some type of reporting where it's real investigative journalism where you're knocking on doors and calling people. Gumshoe reporting is a style of investigative journalism that involves in-depth research and detective-like approach. That's exactly what she's doing, gumshoe reporting. I'm not doing that. I'm reacting to what is being reported. Because I'm writing jokes. I'll see everybody in Columbus. I'll see you in Oklahoma. I'll see you in Colorado. I'll see you in Chicago. I'll see you in San Jose. I'll see you all over the place. I'll see you in Arizona. I'll see you in Fort Lauderdale. I'll see you in Salt Lake. We'll see you in Brea. And we'll see you in Houston. All right. TimDillonComedy.com for tickets to all of those shows. See you soon. Night.
The pagan copycat theory. This theory argues that Jesus Christ wasn't a unique historical figure at all, but a Jewish remake of a blockbuster archetype that was already ancient, the pagan savior god. Proponents point to what they see as striking similarities between the story of Jesus and figures like Mithras from Persia, Osiris from Egypt, Dionysus from Greece, and even Krishna from India. For example, Mithras is often claimed to have been born of a virgin on December 25th, had 12 disciples, performed miracles, and was resurrected after death. Osiris and Dionysus are also presented as gods who died and were reborn, often symbolically, bringing new life to their followers. This idea was famously popularized by Sir James Fraser in his monumental work, The Golden Bough, 1890, which connected Jesus to a universal pattern of dying and rising gods. However, mainstream religious historians offer a sharp critique. Many of these so-called parallels are either exaggerated or come from much later sources, not original ancient texts. For instance, there are no authentic Roman records of Mithras being born of a virgin. He was born from a rock. And many other parallel details only appear in writings after Christianity was already established. Still, for skeptics, this pattern suggests that Christianity didn't emerge in a vacuum, but in a Mediterranean world saturated with the myths of savior gods. The solar myth theory. The solar myth theory takes this a step further, arguing that Jesus is not just a myth, but a solar myth, a personification of the sun's annual journey across the sky. This theory suggests the entire gospel narrative is an astronomical allegory. The evidence, proponents claim, is written in the cosmos. Jesus' birth on December 25th coincides with the winter solstice, the point when the sun dies at its lowest point in the sky for 3 days before being reborn and beginning its journey north again, symbolically mirroring Jesus' death and resurrection 3 days later. His 12 disciples are seen as the 12 constellations of the zodiac, the heavenly houses through which the sun travels. The cross itself is interpreted as a cosmic symbol, the intersection of the ecliptic plane and the celestial equator. Proponents like Gerald Massey and Akaria S. argue that Jesus is simply the Jewish version of older solar deities like the Egyptian god Horus. The primary criticism is that this theory lacks firm textual evidence and ignores the fact that first-century Judaism was staunchly opposed to pagan sun worship. Nevertheless, the theory remains compelling because it presents Jesus as a universal cosmic symbol, the sun that lives, dies, and rises again for the world. The political messiah theory. This theory shifts the lens from myth to politics, arguing that the figure of Jesus was a political creation, engineered to serve a specific agenda. First-century Palestine was a pressure cooker of Roman occupation and Jewish rebellion. Messianic fervor was at an all-time high, with many Jews expecting a warrior king who would liberate Israel by force. According to this theory, the story of Jesus was crafted in response to this turmoil. One version suggests it was an internal Jewish effort to channel messianic hopes away from violent revolution toward a more peaceful, spiritual path. A more radical version, known as the Flavian hypothesis, proposed by Joseph Atwill, argues that Jesus was a Roman fabrication. Atwill claims the Roman Flavian dynasty created the Gospels as sophisticated propaganda to pacify the Jews, teaching subversive messages like love your enemies and render unto Caesar. While overwhelmingly rejected by mainstream academics as conspiratorial and lacking evidence, this theory highlights a crucial tension. The Jesus of the Gospels is profoundly different from the military Messiah many Jews were expecting. Was this a brilliant theological pivot away from violence, or a masterful act of ideological control designed to pacify a rebellious population? The allegorical scripture theory. This theory argues that Jesus was fundamentally a literary construction, a fictional character created to embody the prophecies and symbolism of the Old Testament. In this view, the gospel writers were not biographers, but skilled theologians crafting a living allegory of the Hebrew scriptures. For example, a virgin birth is seen as being derived from the Septuagint Greek translation of Isaiah 7, verse 14, where the Hebrew word alma, young woman, was rendered as parthenos, natural virgin. The suffering of Jesus on the cross meticulously mirrors the language of Psalm 22. They have pierced my hands and my feet. They divide my garments among them. Even the resurrection on the third day is seen as a fulfillment of the symbolic prophecy in Hosea 6, verse 2. Proponents like Earl Doherty and Robert M. Price argue that nearly the entire gospel narrative is a form of midrash, a Jewish literary technique of reinterpreting scripture through new stories. Jesus, therefore, is the personification of the Old Testament itself. Critics contend that while the parallels are real, it's a leap to assume the entire story is a literary invention without any historical core. The mystery cult theory. This theory places the origins of Christianity squarely within the context of the popular mystery religions that flourished in the first century Mediterranean world, such as the cults of Mithras, Isis, Dionysus, and Attis. These religions offered initiates a deeply personal spiritual experience, secret rituals, and the promise of eternal life. Proponents see undeniable parallels between early Christian practices and these mystery cults. Rituals like baptism, symbolizing rebirth, sacred meal, communing with the divine, and a core belief in the death and resurrection of a savior figure were common features. For instance, the Mithraic cult famously included a communal meal of bread and wine. Early Christian apologists like Justin Martyr even acknowledged these similarities, but explained them as demonic plagiarism, Satan's attempt to create counterfeit versions of Christianity before Christ's
No,
arrival.
it's for real, bro.
Modern critics argue that many details of the mystery cults were only documented after Christianity became widespread, suggesting the influence might have gone the other way. Still, the theory powerfully
That's my
demonstrates that
brother.
early
Okay.
Christianity was part of a dynamic and interconnected religious marketplace. The dying and rising God theory. This theory places Jesus within a universal archetype found across countless cultures, a divine figure who dies and is resurrected, bringing salvation and new life. This idea was famously championed by Sir James Fraser in The Golden Bough. He drew parallels between Jesus and figures like Tammuz in Babylon, Osiris in Egypt, and Adonis in
Bring me the
Syria.
imposters, bro.
These were deities whose deaths and
Come hither.
returns were linked to the cycles of nature, agriculture, and cosmic renewal. According to this framework, the death of Jesus on the cross and his resurrection 3 days later is simply the Jewish variant of this ancient motif. Christian rituals like the Eucharist are seen as continuations of ancient rites commemorating the death and rebirth of agricultural deities. However, 20th century scholarship has heavily criticized this theory. Researchers like Jonathan Z. Smith have argued that most of these pagan resurrections were symbolic, the return of spring, or revival in the underworld, not a literal physical resurrection from a tomb like the one described for Jesus. Despite these critiques, the idea that Jesus fits a universal archetypal pattern remains deeply influential. The Gnostic Christ theory. This theory draws from the Gnostic texts discovered at Nag Hammadi, Egypt in 1945, including the Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Judas. In this tradition, Jesus was not a historical flesh and blood man, but a cosmic entity, a pure spiritual being who descended to liberate human souls from the prison of the material world, which was seen as a flawed creation by a lesser god, the Demiurge. For the Gnostics, salvation came not through faith in a physical crucifixion, but through gnosis, secret divine knowledge revealed by Christ. In some Gnostic texts, Jesus is never actually crucified. His body was an illusion, daisitism, and the suffering on the cross was either an illusion or endured by a substitute. This stands in stark contrast to Orthodox Christianity's emphasis on the historical reality of Jesus' suffering. Proponents of this theory suggest that mainstream Christianity deliberately suppressed the Gnostic Gospels because they were too philosophical and difficult to control, choosing instead a more concrete historical Jesus to build an institutional church around. The Roman invention theory. This is one of the most radical and conspiratorial theories, asserting that the figure of Jesus was a political invention of the Roman Empire, specifically the Flavian dynasty, 69 to 96 CE. Popularized by Joseph Atwill in his book Caesar's Messiah, this theory argues that after brutally crushing the Jewish revolt in 70 CE, the Romans engineered the Gospels as a tool of psychological warfare. Atwill claims that Roman intellectuals designed a pacifist messiah who taught subversive pro-Roman messages like loving one's enemies and submitting to imperial authority. He further argues that the narrative of Jesus' life is a satirical parallel of Titus's military campaign in Judea. In this view, Jesus was a fake, docile messiah designed to redirect Jewish messianic hopes away from rebellion. This theory is almost universally rejected by mainstream historians as lacking direct evidence and relying on forced parallels. However, it remains popular among skeptics because it offers a provocative political explanation. Jesus was not a divine savior, but the clever propaganda of an empire seeking to control the minds of its conquered subjects. The composite character theory. This theory proposes that Jesus Christ was not a single historical person, but a composite character, a literary amalgamation of various first-century Jewish preachers, prophets, and would-be messiahs. Palestine at the time was filled with charismatic figures like John the Baptist, Theudas, a prophet known as the Egyptian, and even a man named Jesus ben Ananias, whom the historian Josephus describes prophesying Jerusalem's doom. According to this view, the gospel writers wove together elements from the lives and teachings of these different figures to create the ideal, definitive Jesus. The stories of his birth, miracles, sermons, and passion may have originated from separate oral traditions which were then stitched together into a single grand narrative. Proponents argue that the inconsistencies within the Gospels, contradictory genealogies, conflicting timelines, different versions of his sayings are actually evidence for this theory. The figure of Jesus appears so rich yet so contradictory because he is a religious mosaic, assembled from the fragments of many different lives, legends, and historical events. The pure myth theory. This is the most extreme form of the Christ myth theory, asserting that Jesus of Nazareth never existed as a historical person at all. In this view, the entire story of Jesus is a religious myth that evolved from Jewish messianic concepts, Hellenistic philosophy, and the influence of Mediterranean mystery religions. Proponents from 19th century thinkers like Bruno Bauer to modern scholars like Richard Carrier point out that there are no unambiguous contemporary first century accounts of Jesus. The earliest Christian writer, Paul, speaks of a cosmic, spiritual Christ revealed to him through visions, but says almost nothing about a historical man's life or teachings. The brief mentions in non-Christian sources like Josephus and Tacitus are considered by mythicists to be either later Christian insertions or unreliable hearsay. In this theory, the Gospels are not history, but theological fiction. While a vast majority of mainstream historians believe Jesus existed as a historical preacher, for deep skeptics, the pure myth theory is the ultimate conclusion that Christianity was born not from a real man, but from a powerful and enduring myth.
For a limited time at McDonald's, get a Big Mac extra value meal for $8. That means 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun, and medium fries, and a drink. We may need to change that jingle.
Prices and participation may vary.
What comes first, our devotion to the gods or obedience to the state? For much of Roman history, it would have been impossible to even ask this question. The worship of the supreme deities was so closely interwoven with loyalty to the Republic and later Empire that the two were indistinguishable. Indeed, throughout its entire pagan history, Rome showed no inclinations toward the modern idea that religious and state functions should be separated. Even intellectuals like Cicero, who displayed a degree of skepticism toward the official myths that underlined public rituals, would all adamantly insist that it was of the utmost importance that these rituals continue to take place exactly as they had for untold generations. While the idea of separating the city of God and the earthly city would not appear until St. Augustine at the very end of the Roman era, cracks in the unified facade surfaced during the political chaos of the late Republic in the most unlikely of places. A young patrician of no particular distinction risked his life to defy the might of the Roman state and the bloodthirsty warlord, Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix, claiming that orders from the reactionary dictator to divorce his wife ran counter to hallowed religious commitments and were thus invalid. That young man was a 20-year-old Gaius Julius Caesar, and he would take the first of his many gambles with fortune when he publicly defied the oligarchic dictator whose death squads had already killed thousands of political enemies. But why was a man who had Rome in the palm of his hand so concerned with 2 young patrician lovebirds? Sulla sought to end the relationship because Caesar's aunt was the wife of Gaius Marius, a popular hero whose forces had led the opposition to Sulla. And Caesar's wife, Cornelia, was the daughter of Lucius Cornelius Cinna, Marius's right-hand man. The two were wed when Marian partisans controlled the city, and these radical forces were at the height of their power. before Sulla began his march back to Rome from his wars of conquest in the Far East. The wedding can be read as a sign of Marius' belief in the vast potential of the young Caesar to one day rise to political prominence, as Marius would also select Caesar as the high priest of Jupiter, an immensely prestigious post and an untold honor for a man so young. But alas, this vision of a popularity-driven future would not come to pass, as Marius died soon after the beginning of his 7th consulship, and Sulla eventually mobilized all the forces of reaction to crush the upstart popularity movement, as well as the Latin allies that were closely tied to it. The proscriptions he initiated cut a bloody swath through Rome that left few untouched, as thousands of senators, equestrians, and politically active commoners found themselves stripped of all legal protection. These unfortunates were to be killed on sight, with their murderers receiving a share of the condemned man's property. Anyone who helped the proscribed in any way by offering either food or shelter was to be added to the list. It goes without saying that many of those condemned found themselves on the proscription list, simply because they were wealthy and others coveted their property. See our previous video on the case of Sextus Roscius for more information on those that were proscribed, despite the fact that they had never openly opposed
scribbling in my
Sulla.
little book here. It was
Sulla's
up there drawing hearts,
proscriptions
which was
were
very funny.
bloody affairs, but he didn't engage in this despotism out of sheer bloodlust. To the contrary, there was a pragmatic political dimension to his purges. By uprooting everyone associated with the popularity faction and leaving their descendants not just penniless, but also legally ineligible to hold office, Sulla sought to crush the power of Rome's urban poor to influence the affairs of state. The proscriptions may have devolved to a murder-for-profit identity scheme rather quickly, but those initially targeted were Sulla's political enemies, and all of these men either died or fled into exile to join the rogue Roman general Sertorius, who was fighting a guerrilla war in Spain as the last Marian holdout. We must remember that the proscriptions were accompanied by reactionary political reforms that codified rule by an elite senatorial oligarchy and stripped the poor of hard-won political rights. Changes included severe legal limitations on the ability of the tribunes of the plebs to influence politics, as well as the eradication of the grain dole, a precursor to modern welfare programs that was essential to life for the urban poor. These efforts to remake the state also included intrusions into the private lives of leading Roman families and the dissolution of marriages as Sulla saw fit.
Yeah, what
Caesar
the
and
fuck,
Cornelia
dude?
were not singled out by the dictator. They were nowhere near prominent enough to deserve
Sulla
such
was
a distinction.
fucking evil,
In fact,
bro.
Sulla even ordered men who had fought alongside him
They
to
destroyed the
divorce their
Republic.
wives
What
and
the
marry
fuck?
women that
Sulla
he selected.
destroyed the Republic.
example,
Fucking Caesar was
Pompey
just
had
trying
been
to
one of
stitch it
Sulla's
back
most
together.
effective generals. But he quickly abandoned his wife Anticita when ordered to marry Sulla's stepdaughter Aemilia.
It's how they want to
Pompey
teach their
was one
kids,
of
dude.
many men
Education
who
has been
assented to
shaped by
Sulla's
how the
highly
rich want
unorthodox
to form their
interference in their
children.
own personal
So,
lives.
yeah.
A testament to the fact that in spite of their past actions on his behalf, or even their own wealth and prestige, no one really felt safe from Sulla's ever-expanding proscription list. Sulla, then, must have been utterly shocked when Caesar openly defied him. But instead of instantly marking the young man for death, Sulla first stripped him of his appointment as High Priest of Jupiter. When Caesar refused to
That's
relent,
lots, dude.
he confiscated Cornelius' dowry. Finally,
They
Sulla
bring in
threatened
their
his family inheritances.
people from the
After this,
countryside
too, failed to convince Caesar to bend to the dictator's
to
will,
serve as death
he was
squads,
added to the
control the
proscription lists.
population of cities.
All the while, Caesar never ceased to question
The
the
Turks,
legitimacy
they
of
have
Sulla's
Turks
orders.
on the payroll.
For what man should be permitted to break a bond that had been consecrated by the gods themselves? Caesar was able to embrace a religious pretext for defying Sulla's order to divorce his wife Cornelia because their marriage was no ordinary Roman marriage. Caesar and Cornelia had been wed in the highly ritualized conferatio ceremony that was only available to patrician families and was impossible to dissolve apart from the deaths of one of the spouses. The wedding, then, was more the religious binding of two ancient houses than it was the legal union of two discrete individuals. At least publicly, Caesar's defiance was predicated on the contention that the Julii and Cornelii clans had made an irrevocable pact before Jupiter himself, and that to dissolve their marriage would be an affront to the
houses
gods,
cannot be
which kept
divided.
Rome safe. At a time when Sulla exercised absolute and unquestioned power over all aspects of Roman life, Caesar had enlisted the gods themselves onto his side. With all of the Marian partisans dead or in exile, Caesar's outstanding political acumen had allowed him to find the only allies that Sulla could never kill. But Sulla was not used to defiance of any sort, and was certainly not going to allow an arrogant young patrician with no public standing pretend that he was the mouthpiece of Rome's gods, much less to introduce the idea that
Cannot separate what God has brought
could run
together.
counter to the divinely sanctioned order.
Told
Sulla
you.
had Caesar added to the proscription list for this public opposition to his
It's
regime,
almost time.
lest the young aristocrat inspire others to speak up against the dictator's campaign to remake the Roman state and
where
wield
is
the
this
power of the commons to impact public policy. But
Hey,
Caesar
I've been
was
waiting
one step
forever,
ahead.
man. Where the hell
Led
you
the
been?
city before
Sorry,
officially
Holmes.
announced
I had no idea when the race would be.
Right, you
Plus
just
that
happened
he
to
was
show up
forced to
5
move
minutes
from
after
house to
everybody
house
else.
on a
When the
daily
gasoline
basis,
runs through your vein like
with only a
that
small
burning
entourage
passion,
of loyal
you
slaves.
know when it's time to race.
Apparently,
I think you're
Caesar
getting
was
high
also
on that
quite
country
ill
air,
throughout his
man.
entire stint as a
Hey,
fugitive,
CJ, look.
lending more dramatic
You haven't
flair
been to
the
one of our
episode
meets before.
and making
Where are you
his
from,
continued
friend?
defiance of Sulla
I'm from Grove Street,
all the more
fam.
impressive. Our sources relay that he was even apprehended once by a Sullan patrol and only escaped their clutches after paying a handsome bribe to the headhunters.
Then, as he was changing his abode by night on account of sickness, he fell in with soldiers of Sulla who were searching those regions and arresting the men in hiding there. Caesar gave their leader, Cornelius, 2 talents to set him free, and at once went down to the sea and sailed to King Nicomedes in Bithynia.
Throughout Caesar's entire spell as a fugitive, friends and family, as well as the Vestal Virgins themselves, never ceased to lobby Sulla on his behalf, telling the dictator that he was simply an arrogant young man who was smitten with love for the mother of his only child. Again and again, they relate that this insignificant young aristocrat simply wasn't worth the trouble. Eventually, Sulla relented, perhaps agreeing with their assessment that Caesar truly posed no threat, or perhaps realizing that there was no need to antagonize the powerful Aurelian clan of Caesar's mother simply to end one little marriage. Or perhaps he was actually sympathetic to Caesar's case that a marriage confirmed by the rite of conferatio could not be ended by mere mortals, and decided to avoid the possibility of provoking divine anger by arranging Caesar's murder. After all, everyone else in the capital had followed his orders in lockstep. How much trouble could this boy really cause? Against all odds, Caesar had triumphed. With no trump cards to play, Caesar had stared down the most powerful man in Rome, and it was the dictator Sulla who ended up blinking. A man who had no qualms about bathing the streets of Rome in the blood of his enemies had allowed precisely one man to defy him and keep his head. It's astounding that this ended up working out for Caesar. And even if he had dropped
Yeah,
off
but
the
how many
pages of
didn't?
history
You're not talking
immediately
about all the
after,
guys. You're talking about the
story would
survivor. How
still
many
be
guys
worth
he
telling.
killed that divided? You know?
But this was not the last time that Caesar
just
gambled
got
with his
lucky.
life, or indeed the lives of
Caesar
others.
was always like
Throughout his life, Caesar showed remarkable boldness and a willingness to take chances, no matter the odds. Things almost always broke his way. That is, at least until the Ides of March. But even there, Caesar's larger-than-life character transformed his assassination into one of the central cultural and historical touchstones of Western history. With his ascension to godhood soon after, even in death, Caesar could be said to have had the last laugh. Sulla famously gave himself the cognomen Felix, meaning fortunate or lucky, in recognition of the peculiar favor he enjoyed from the gods. But in reality, it was his young adversary, Caesar, who was the lucky one of the two. The fact that we know the conclusion of the story in advance makes it more difficult for us to account for the boldness and sheer unexpectedness of Caesar's decision. We know that it all worked out for him in the end, but he couldn't have possibly known that. He was willing to spend months on the run, moving like a vagabond from house to house, rather than divorce his wife. For those of us familiar with Caesar's womanizing ways, much less his razor-sharp political instincts, it's hard to imagine that he was so madly in love with Cornelia that this risky decision was motivated
You drive with
entirely
style,
by
Carl
sentiment.
Johnson. And
Was
I
it
never mind
religion,
losing to
then,
a guy
that
who's
caused
willing
him
to
to
push
abide
himself
by
right
oaths
to the
made
edge.
before the gods
As
themselves?
for me,
Perhaps,
I'm a man who honors his
but
bet.
Caesar, at least later in life, seems to
Well,
have
you
taken a
learn pretty fast
non-traditional
with the
view of
police
gods,
on your ass.
heavily influenced by
Listen,
Epicurean philosophy.
It's best if we clear the
one that
hell out
would
of here
have
as soon as
precluded
possible,
their
because
personal involvement
for
in
some
the affairs
reason
of
the
men.
local police don't appreciate our
Politics,
noble
then,
sport.
remains a
thanks for
distinct
the advice.
possibility,
Okay,
as he
I
sought to
gotta
oppose
go.
the dictatorship by aligning himself
you know
with
what?
the gods of Rome.
If you ever
and
find
casting
yourself in
Sulla
San Fierro,
as the one who was breaking
give me a
faith
call.
with Rome's divine benefactor.
Maybe you can do a little business together.
But if political
Hey, I might just
advancement
do
was
that.
his ultimate aim, then surely would it not have
I
been
guess that's
easier
our wake-up
to just
call.
go along with Sulla's orders
Nice
and
meeting
divorce his wife, and take one favored by the new regime, as so many others had done? As a romantic myself, I'm inclined to believe that Caesar was really in love with Cornelia, and he refused to abandon her to the life of perpetual loneliness that Sulla had in store for her. He would have recognized the cruelty of this fate, and the effect that depriving her of their daughter, Julia, would have had on both Cornelia and the young Julia. He was certainly having affairs at this point, but what Roman man wasn't? Affection and monogamy were not as closely tied in the Roman mind as they are today. But maybe it was devotion to the gods as well. Though perhaps more skeptical than most, Caesar was certainly no atheist in the modern sense, and would have recognized that supernatural forces, beyond the comprehension of man, existed and shaped the world he inhabited. Like Sulla, he would have thought it best not to provoke such beings. Finally, Caesar's astute political instincts may have allowed him to sense that Sulla's dictatorship would be short-lived, and that with so many Marian allies dead and their sons barred from political careers, the road to immediate prominence as a populare standard-bearer was open to him if he managed to ride out the dictatorship without compromising with it. What better way to show his independence than to defy Sulla on religious grounds, instead of openly challenging him on contentious matters such as the prescription or tribunician rights? The stakes were much lower in the religious realm than the material one, and it was also possible to cast himself as the real defender of tradition, propriety, and morality, snatching this label away from Sulla in the process. Further support for the idea that Caesar was playing the political long game can be found in the fact that the opportunity existed for him to join the armed resistance against Sulla's regime, led by Sertorius in Spain, but he never took it. Nor did he join Lepidus's uprising against the conservative order in Italy soon after Sulla's death. Every last vestige of Sulla's reign would eventually be eradicated, but Caesar knew this would be accomplished in the forum and not on the battlefield. I want to stress that all of the reasons outlined above are simply my best guesses for things that may have been going on in Caesar's mind when he decided to defy Sulla. We don't know the exact rationale for the decision, and we never will. But just as perplexing to me is Sulla's decision to rescind his order that Caesar and Cornelia divorce. Allowing someone to get the better of him seems just as out of character for Sulla as it does for Caesar. Yet it was the man holding all the cards who ultimately folded. Past historians found Sulla's surrender just as surprising and explained it away by inventing one of the most remarkable quotes in Roman history, which is worth relaying here, even though it is almost certainly a fabrication.
Everyone knows that when Sulla had long held out against the most devoted and eminent men of his party who interceded for Caesar, and they obstinately persisted, he at last gave way and cried, either by divine inspiration or a shrewd forecast, "Have your way and take him. Only bear in mind that the man you are so eager to save will one day deal the death blow to the cause of the aristocracy, which you have joined with me in upholding. For in this Caesar there is more than one Marius."
The prophecy came true. Likely because it was written after the fact, but in allowing Caesar to survive, Sulla had made a critical error. Looking back with our limited sources, we are powerless to guess the true reasons for Caesar's boldness. Perhaps he really was just a stubborn youth who was unwilling to submit to a man he detested, one that had been the death of his cousin Gaius Marius the Younger and so many friends in the Populare faction. The command to divorce could have just been the straw that broke the camel's back, and the proud aristocrat refused to yield another inch to the man that was trampling Roman liberty and destroying the institutions that made the Republic great. We'll never know what exactly was going on in Caesar's head, and that can serve as a potent reminder that as we study history, we must bear in mind that we are dealing with real humans of flesh and blood, beings that had hopes and fears, souls capable of reason and irrationality alike. Humans, in other words. Humans just like us.
Hi, this is Titus from Tribunet. If you enjoyed the video you just saw by Gaius, and if you're interested in thoughtful content that explores the complex culture of the ancient Romans, don't forget to hit like and subscribe.
For over 6 decades, Our Lady of Montserrat has held a special place in the Vatican. This is the so-called White Morenetta, donated in 1963 to Pope Paul VI by then-President of Brazil. This statue reproduces the patroness of Catalonia, but with one noticeable difference. The Vatican Virgin has light skin. Since 2011, at the request of Pope Benedict XVI, the Virgin of Montserrat has been present at major papal celebrations in the Vatican Basilica and in St. Peter's Square. The laboratories of the Vatican Museums are responsible for restoring and maintaining images like the Morenetta. For them, it's a task that goes far beyond mere preservation. Theirs is a quiet labor that ensures the works not only endure over time, but also retain their meaning and value.
We got... Man. The ramifications of this are things that...
We believe education is the key to success. Whether you know your next step or are still figuring it out, we can help. Visit us at miller-mott.edu to learn more. Miller Mott College, where passion becomes skill.
Ultimate resurrection witness. Mary Magdalene holds a central and undeniable role in the narrative of Jesus' resurrection, serving as the primary witness to the empty tomb and the first encounter with the risen Christ. Her presence, recorded across all 4 canonical Gospels, carries immense theological significance. In the cultural context of the first century, a woman's testimony was often considered less weighted than a man's. Yet the Gospels consistently place Mary Magdalene as the key witness to this pivotal event, underlining the validity of her experience. This indicates that her role was irrefutable and acknowledged by the Gospel writers. Theologically, her role as a resurrection witness positions her as an apostle to the apostles, responsible for delivering the news of the resurrection to the other followers. Although they initially disbelieved her, Luke 24, verse 11, she persisted in conveying the good news. Interpretations surrounding her leadership role in the early Christian community are a subject of academic debate. Some scholars, drawing from early Christian texts outside the New Testament, suggest she possessed a more prominent position than traditionally recognized. Textual analysis highlights how her presence emphasizes the physical reality of Jesus' resurrection. Mary Magdalene did not merely experience a vision, but physically interacted with the risen Jesus. She touched him, Matthew 28, verse 9, spoke with him, John 20, verse 16, and received a commission to proclaim the good news to the others, John 20, verse 17 to 18. Her actions were not just observation, but active participation in a history-altering moment. Her story underscores the importance of eyewitness testimony in solidifying the foundational truth of the Christian faith. Through her encounter with the resurrected Jesus, she became a spokesperson for redemption and hope. Erroneous identification. The misidentification of Mary Magdalene as a prostitute, popularized by Pope Gregory the Great in the 6th century, had a long-lasting and far-reaching impact on her image and interpretation. In his homilies, Gregory the Great mistakenly conflated Mary Magdalene with other female figures in the Gospels into a single composite figure, creating the narrative of the repentant sinner. This erroneous depiction, although lacking a strong foundation in Scripture, dominated Western church thought for centuries. It influenced art, art, literature, and theology shaping public opinion of her. The consequences of this misidentification were extensive. It obscured Mary Magdalene's true role as a key witness to the resurrection and her potential leadership in the early church. Furthermore, it reinforced negative stereotypes about women and sexuality, perpetuating the idea that women must be redeemed by men. Jesus, although the Catholic Church officially revoked the identification of Mary Magdalene as a prostitute in 1969, this stereotype remains embedded in culture and in some religious traditions. An historical analysis of the misidentification emphasizes the importance of carefully reading Scripture, avoiding harmful generalizations, and understanding that theological interpretations can have substantial consequences for society. This act remains a poignant example of how unchecked theological positions can dramatically influence a historical character's legacy. Beloved disciple. The Gospel of John uniquely introduces the enigmatic figure known as the beloved disciple, who remains unnamed explicitly, yet whose close relationship with Jesus is a focal point of the narrative. The identity of this disciple has been the subject of ongoing academic debate, with hypotheses suggesting that he was John the Apostle, Lazarus, or even Mary Magdalene. Others theorize that he is a symbolic figure representing the ideal follower. Regardless of his precise identity, the beloved disciple's presence carries significant theological importance. He is often portrayed as possessing a deeper understanding of Jesus and his teachings than others. The disciple is frequently depicted in close proximity to Jesus, reclining near him, which signifies intimacy and reception of divine love. This highlights the importance of love, devotion, and a personal connection with Jesus. The notion of the beloved disciple emphasizes the significance of a deep spiritual relationship and a personal experience of faith. The interpretation of this figure continues to spark discussions among scholars about the meaning of love, discipleship, and the personal connection to the divine within Christianity. His anonymity further intensifies scholarly interest. James' Jerusalem leadership. James, the brother of Jesus, became a central figure as the leader of the church in Jerusalem after Jesus' death, marking a pivotal moment in the development of Christianity. The book of Acts chronicles his role in the Council of Jerusalem, where the issue of Gentile Christians was debated. James proposed a middle ground that allowed Gentiles to join Christianity without adhering to the entirety of Jewish law. The Epistle of James, believed to be written by James himself, provides valuable insight into the theology and practices of the Jerusalem church. The letter emphasizes the importance of genuine good works and a righteous life as evidence of faith, highlighting the practical aspects of religion. James' role as leader underscores that Jesus' family held significant influence within the early Christian movement. This challenges the view that only the apostles possessed absolute authority. His blood relation to Jesus likely conferred upon him a distinct degree of credibility among Jewish Christians. Despite this, the existence of James and his brothers demonstrate that Jesus' immediate circle also held strategic positions and power within the early Christian community. The Epistle of Jude. The Epistle of Jude, a brief letter in the New Testament, introduces its author as Jude, a servant of Jesus Christ and brother of James. Tradition identifies this Jude as the brother of Jesus. The letter is addressed to Christians grappling with heresy and immoral conduct, urging them to contend for the faith that was once for all entrusted to the saints. Jude 3. The significance of the Epistle of Jude lies in the insights it provides into the challenges facing the early Christian community. The epistle also signifies that Jesus' family played a crucial role in upholding orthodox beliefs and countering false teachings. The author of the letter appears to possess a strong understanding of Jesus' teachings and the Old Testament, utilizing strong language to condemn false teachers. Jude's involvement in writing a letter emphasizing truth and righteousness indicates the strong commitment of Jesus' family to Jesus' teachings and their desire to protect it from corruption. This letter affirms that Jesus' family was actively involved in the early Christian community. Its very existence signifies their influence. Paul versus Jesus' family. The potential for differing theological perspectives between Jesus' family and the Apostle Paul continues to be a focus of interest among academics. While the New Testament does not explicitly detail any such disputes, there are indications that there may have been some differences between the church in Jerusalem, led by James, Jesus' brother, and the churches founded by Paul among the Gentiles. The main point of contention appeared to revolve around the role of Jewish law in the lives of Christians. Paul argued that salvation was obtained through faith in Christ, not through works of the law. He believed that Gentile Christians did not need to be circumcised or follow dietary and other ritual laws to become followers of Jesus. Conversely, James and the church in Jerusalem seemed to maintain a more conservative view of Jewish law, potentially believing that Jewish Christians should continue to observe it. This dissension is apparent in the events of the Council of Jerusalem, highlighting varying religious perspectives circulating within early Christianity. Analyzing these discrepancies is vital for understanding the complexities of Christianity in its earliest days. Lord's brothers. The usage of the term Lord's brothers, adelphos in Greek in the Gospels, has been the subject of theological debate and historical interpretation for centuries. The Gospels mention several individuals identified as Jesus' brothers, prompting the inquiry, what was their actual relationship to Jesus? Three main perspectives on the identity of Jesus' brothers include blood siblings from Mary and Joseph subsequent to Jesus' birth, cousins of Jesus or children of Joseph from a previous marriage. Catholic and Orthodox Church views traditionally support them as either cousins or children of Joseph from a prior marriage, which aims to uphold the doctrine of Mary's perpetual virginity. Protestant views tend to favor the blood sibling perspective. The significance of this debate lies in its theological implications for Mary and the doctrine of perpetual virginity. Varying interpretations of the term adelphos heavily influence understandings of Jesus' family and their roles, showing how detailed textual analysis of such titles continues to shape theological interpretations of scriptural narratives. Thomas's Gospel. The Gospel of Thomas is an apocryphal gospel comprising a collection of 114 sayings, logia, attributed to Jesus. Unlike the canonical Gospels, the Gospel of Thomas does not depict a narrative of Jesus' life or earthly events, but instead functions as a collection of sayings. The text was discovered in 1945 in Nag Hammadi, Egypt, along with various Gnostic texts. Its composition date remains a subject of ongoing debate. Although many scholars ascribe it to the 2nd century CE, the primary significance of the Gospel of Thomas lies in its potential to provide insights not necessarily mirrored in the canonical Gospel accounts. While some sayings align with the canonical Gospels, others are unique to the Gospel of Thomas. These sayings are often cryptic and challenge conventional interpretations of Jesus' teachings. Some scholars argue that the Gospel of Thomas may preserve historical traditions predating the writing of the canonical Gospels, while others believe that it reflects Gnostic influences. Regardless of its precise origins, the Gospel of Thomas offers an alternative perspective.
One of the best parts of working at Best Buy is getting to try out some seriously cool tech. As a gamer myself, I've been hands-on with the LG Ultra Gear 45.
Yeah, that's something.
On spiritual themes and teachings. Women roles. Women played integral and diverse roles within the early Christian movement, contributing significantly to its growth and development. The Gospel accounts reveal that women such as Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Susanna, and others faithfully followed and supported Jesus during his ministry. These women were not only present during pivotal moments like the crucifixion and resurrection, but they also provided financial and practical support for Jesus' ministry's needs. Luke 8, verse 1-3. Furthermore, accounts from Paul's epistles reveal that women indeed held leadership positions within early Christian communities, illustrating that not all women were simply kept to the sidelines, but also had a voice within religious communities. Names like Phoebe and Priscilla stand out as influential figures in Christian history. Conversely, there are also other texts within the New Testament that appear to place certain limitations on women's roles, particularly in relation to teaching or holding authority over men. 1 Timothy 2, verse 11-14. The interpretation and implications of these texts continue to be debated among scholars. Regardless of the ongoing interpretative discussions, it remains clear that women were actively and contributively involved in the early Christian movement, providing diverse perspectives to a history that has been far from passive. Archaeology. Archaeological and contextual analysis are critical for accurately navigating the historical and cultural landscape in which Jesus lived and ministered. Archaeological discoveries in Israel have unearthed profound artifacts and locations, unveiling insightful information about daily life, religious practices, and the socio-political structures of the 1st century CE. These findings
Tim
collectively
Dillon
provide a more detailed
show
representation
thing
of the
last night.
world
He
in
brought
which
up the
Jesus
drones.
operated. Excavations in
And it
Jerusalem,
was funny
Galilee,
'cause, yeah,
and
nobody
other
remembers,
regions
like,
have
yeah,
uncovered elements of
remember, like, all
housing,
the
houses of worship,
lights
burial
over
sites,
New
and other
Jersey,
historically
the
significant
drones
artifacts.
over.
Analysis and
Does
interpretation
anyone
of
even
these
still remember
artifacts in
that?
conjunction with the study of ancient texts
Like,
and historical
no,
documents
nobody
enable a
knows
more
what that
accurate
was.
reconstruction of the historical
Just,
and cultural
you know, lights in the
environments of
fucking
Jesus'
sky.
life. As an illustration, the discovery of the Pilate inscription in Caesarea Maritima
like,
supports the
and
existence of
now
Pontius
nobody
Pilate, the
remembers
infamous
that now,
Roman
you
governor
know,
who
just
ordered
another little,
Jesus' crucifixion. Moreover, artifacts of fishing boats
you know,
dating
there
back to the
was,
1st century
there was
discovered in the
lights
Sea
in the
of Galilee
sky,
illustrate
you
the
know.
livelihoods faced by the fishermen who became
Nobody knew
Jesus'
what the fuck
followers.
it was.
Contextual analysis
Over the
ensures a more
tri-state area.
judicious reading of scriptural narratives.
Anyone?
Well, don't I look silly with all this egg on my face? Turns
It's a
out,
normal
I
day,
may have
huh?
been wrong about the rapture.
Another
Now, you might be wondering,
lights in
how
the
is that
sky over
possible?
New Jersey.
We're all
Just,
still here. And
but it's
yeah,
like, you know,
we may
it's
not
going
have
back to the way
been,
it was.
disconnected from
We
the
didn't know what
server,
was
from
true
the
and what
Lord
wasn't
Almighty
true.
or
We
anything.
believe in
That
dragons
doesn't
and
mean
unicorns.
Jesus didn't come back.
I don't know. It might have happened, dude. I don't know what's real. Or made sure we don't know what's real. Yeah. People get raptured.
And they say wrestling is fake. So apparently this is an indie wrestler named Jesus. I tried to look up more information on him in previous matches to see who else he brought the biblical smackdown upon. Maybe he squared off against Beelzebub in a Hell in a Cell match.
Did they finally
I
do
thought
it?
it'd be
That'd be
fun
pretty
to
cool.
take a dive into
Jesus the wrestler
here. But it's I couldn't find anything because it's kind of hard to get this by just typing in indie wrestling Jesus. I got a lot of AI videos, if you can believe that. So this is the only footage I can find of him so far, but I don't think it's
that
a
just shows, like,
coincidence
look, it harnessed
that the rapture
itself.
was predicted
The
for
trope.
September 23rd and 24th with the double feature.
It was
the
on
double
Wrestling
double
Jesus
fisting.
was on the internet
And
for
then
how long
shortly
until
thereafter,
finally
we
some
see
human
this.
decided to make the
Coinky-dink,
meme
I
real.
don't subscribe to that idea. I think what's most likely what happened is the pastor behind this huge rapture prediction that somehow TikTok ate up. I saw numerous videos of people allegedly quitting their job. I saw one person who sold a lot of their belongings. This is all things that
It's
I've
hard
seen
for
in
me
the
to
past
believe
with the 2011 rapture, hoopla. And I also saw a video of someone that's like, I left work early to
The rapture
prepare for
that
the
people
rapture.
really
It's like,
believe. But
brother,
I mean,
if
there's
you thought
still.
the rapture was about to happen, why did you even go to work? What the fuck was even the point? You could have just taken the whole day off. Regardless.
I don't know.
The
I guess
pastor who
people
made
are
this
still in
prediction
cults and
may
shit.
have just
all that.
misunderstood what the message was and
Just
what
the age of the
dates
internet,
signified.
skepticism, and all
Perhaps
that.
it wasn't about
you think really?
rapturing the believers off Earth. Maybe
And it's different if
instead
like
of
10
taking
people.
from the planet,
But
Jesus
even
wanted
then,
to give us something. A beautiful display of whooping.
there might still be
The
crazy
way
cults
he
out
is
there.
working these gentlemen in the squared circle is a thing of beauty. He's getting them with the fucking Sith Lord force chokes. He's getting them with almost Jean Grey level telekinesis on them. It is impressive stuff.
They laugh, but there's actually old fanfic of Jesus doing
Look at the
that kind
size
of
of that
stuff.
crowd. They are
the
so
young
densely
Jesus
packed
stories.
in there. It looks like when
That's
the
the kind
fucking
of stuff he's
anchovies
doing.
charge the crusty
Killing his
crab.
friend and then bringing it
Everyone is
back.
there to see the respawn of Jesus, and man, did he deliver. So we see another move here where he's working the other dude like a fucking fleshlight there. He's got him like a puppet. He gave him the word of God and he followed. I can only imagine all of the wacky moves he must have unleashed that we just don't have video footage of, the faithful Frankensteiner, the 10 Commandments tombstone pile driver. I have to wonder, how much ass did Jesus beat in the ring there? He was clearly victorious. He got the pin and everything. And I'm going to be honest, I don't see who stops him. I feel like he is going to steamroll his way to the title. There is no one that's going to get in the way of that belt. And I'm really curious, how creative they get with this character. I wonder if they do Money in the Bank matches, but instead of money, it's the Bible. like they're both going like up the ladder to grab a Bible instead of money or something. Like I would love to see more of this. I don't even know what indie wrestling promotion this was. I really couldn't find much information on it because I had so little to go off of other than just indie wrestling Jesus, which unfortunately didn't lead me to a cornucopia here or anything. But what I saw, and even just this short clip, was a lot of fun and had a big smile on my face. Like, yeah, it's silly, but I still think it was well done. Like, it was a show that was very hyped to even see in a short burst like this. I imagine all of the spectators had a great time. I have to imagine they did the holy shit, holy shit. It would have fit perfectly here, so I'm pretty confident that chant was probably utilized. And I just find this kind of silly stuff enjoyable. I know in some circles it gets a bad rep in the indie wrestling scene if it's not taken like with the utmost like seriousness. If it's not like super buttoned up. But I think this kind of stuff is refreshing here and there. It's clear that they're talented, like they still are wrestling like in a professional capacity. You know, it's not like watching your two drunk uncles grapple in the backyard next to the barbecue. You know, it's still a good show that they put on, albeit a wacky one. So I had fun with it. Chase sent it to me earlier today, so I kind of just wanted to put it on all of your radars here. It really does feel like something we would have like tinkered around with for our own wrestling promotion, the NWL, which I know we haven't done one in over a year now, but there's a variety of reasons for it. Maybe that's better talked about, yapped about in a different video. But point is, I had fun watching this. That's really about it.
I thought we was gonna make some serious paper.
Target Circle weeks, big deals, and more are
just
back.
need the
good
money.
News for Circle members, and good news if you're not. Because Circle is free and easy to join. Get hot daily deals at 40% off, plus BOGOs all week long. 7 days of big deals start Sunday.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
Restrictions apply.
I am serious. I will kill you if you ever mess around.
He's one of my personal favorites, so much so that I've really been intimidated about making an episode about him for a long time. But hopefully I've done it at least a little bit of
I gotten some
justice,
real deep
interested you in his artwork. I will see you real soon. I've got a few more little things to say over the credits, but until I see you next time for a full episode, you remember what I'm going to tell you. Keep reading comics.
This time around.
Hey,
You ever
folks,
driven a
it's
quad?
editor
It ain't
Chris
easy.
talking to you right now. If you're watching this far, thank you. That means you're one of my most engaged.
If you have gold rings, gold earrings, I'll give you cash. I love gold. Bring me your old gold and I'll give you cash.
You ever driven a quad? It ain't easy. Especially when you got a screaming bitch
You
on the
caught me
back
selling
past
my
your ear.
otherwise
I like it
useless
when you angry at
gold
me,
for
Carl.
cash.
I will try to anger you more often.
Speaking of gold,
That,
let's
I'm-
talk about Michael Golden and how
You wanna rob a
influential
betting
he
shop?
was to an entire generation of
Yeah,
comic book
you know
artists.
man enough? Here, Carl.
Satchel charges. Where the hell did you get them?
Open the back room door.
Hello, welcome to Comic Tropes. I'm your host,
Leave
Chris.
the panic button
Michael
on.
Golden.
Kill your children too.
He is a favorite artist of mine, thanks to his artwork
I
in
want
books
to,
like
stupid
The Knob
bitch.
and Bucky O'Hare. He's a unique artist in comics in that he hasn't had a lot of long runs on titles, and he's outright said that he doesn't prefer working on superhero books. But he's also had a huge impact on other comic book artists. I'm talking superstar artists like Todd McFarlane and Art Adams. They've specifically mentioned Michael Golden as an influence and an impact on their career. So today, we're going to take a look at the career and the influence that Michael Golden has had on the world of comics. I go so far as to say he's the
Whatever, let's
godfather
roll.
of Image Comics because he influenced that whole generation. Folks, before I go too far, please
Oh, shit,
consider
that's a
hitting
lot of
like
stars,
and
bro.
subscribe so that you can see more videos like this. And without any further ado, let's dive into it. Michael Golden was born in October of 1955, and he said repeatedly in the few interviews that he's engaged with that he didn't read a lot of comics growing up, can't point to any particular comic influences, and sort of fell into the career. A good example of this is this audio clip from a 2016 interview with the Worst Comic Podcast Ever.
I started out painting vans and surfboards and skateboards and that sort of thing, and then it translated into doing storefronts, and then it went to advertising. Advertising. Okay. Graphic design.
Come on, if you could give me radio off, dude, that would be great. Come on, where's that? Thank you. Good God, dude. No, it's a game in and of itself, trying to turn that radio off.
To this day, I'm not quite certain what that phrase but I flew up to New York. As far as I know, I'm the only one who's ever gotten work at both Marvel and DC. When they say
However, that may not be entirely accurate. Golden began working in comics in November of 1977, and he gave an early interview to the fanzine Wizard in April of 1979, where he specifically mentions he read early Jim Steranko work and aimed his career at breaking into comics based on that. Either way, he had a unique entry into comics by working for Marvel and DC simultaneously with no previous indie or underground comics work. Golden said that he was hired by both companies on the same day, and that might be so, because House of Secrets issue 148 and The Defenders issue 53 were both out in November of 77. By January of 1979, Golden was the illustrator for a new Marvel comic, The Micronauts, with Bill Mantlo writing, and it should be noted that Golden was credited as a co-plotter. He'd go on to have one of his longest runs with 12 consecutive issues. Micronauts was based on a toy line by Mego, which was in turn licensed from the Japanese company Takara's Microman line. In the Bronze Age, artists and writers were less interested in working on licensed books because they generally paid less than the superhero titles. But Golden has said that he is less interested in drawing superheroes. And while he has done some work in that field, you'll notice that most of his prominent work is less about superpowered folks running around in tights. Michael Golden explained this in his own words in an interview with Interspace Online, a site about Micronauts, saying, quote, "Jim Shooter just asked me if I wanted to work at Marvel, offered me $10 more a page than what I was getting at DC. And I said yes. Mind you, that was only $28 per page at the time. He said that they had this thing sitting around called Micronauts. I wasn't really interested in doing it because I was already doing 2 books a month over at DC, and they were superhero books, and I really wasn't interested in doing superheroes.
No, it's easier this time than the last time I played it.
About what the Micronauts
Topic
were,
change.
without actually telling me
To
they were
irrelevant.
a toy tie-in at the time.
Completely
But it wouldn't have
irrelevant.
made any
to our-
difference because it was presented to me as a science fiction adventure, and I was cool with that. It sounded more like something I'd be interested in. So when DC imploded, I went to head over to Marvel and did Micronauts.
Sorry, I got
End
random
quote.
thought. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to have
Eventually,
video games
Marvel
that
asked
help
Bill
their kids
Mantlo to include more
help their
superhero
self-esteem
stuff
and
in
help
the
their-
Micronauts title since
That's
it was
too much to ask.
ostensibly set within the Marvel universe. By the time
No,
characters
there are
like
evil
Captain
people in the
Universe
world
were being created for the
keeping
book,
things from happening.
Golden lost
Literally.
interest. He continued to work at Marvel, but asked to do books like
But the
Howard
game's
the
easier
Duck
this time
and
because
Doctor
I leveled
Strange
up
that
my
were
character
less superhero than other options.
before I started running
And
some more
if
of
you'd
the
like to
missions.
look at
I
only
can remember getting
one
really
comic
frustrated
to
at this
see
part
what
of the
Michael
time.
Golden is capable of, I recommend Doctor Strange issue
But
55.
like this time I was listening
It's
to
just incredible
podcasts and
storytelling.
driving around.
In that issue, Michael Golden employs a number of techniques that contribute strongly to the story's emotional and psychological weight. His penciling is very detailed. There's a textured cross-hatching and carefully rendered shading that
Meaningless
heightens
random
the gothic,
conversation.
surreal qualities
That's
of
all.
Strange's visions in the story. Golden also draws heavily on contrast between light and dark. A lot of the panels plunge Strange into deep shadows or silhouetted horror, which underscores the nightmare logic
we'll
of
see.
illusions
Maybe not.
and inner turmoil,
I remember being
appropriate
frustrated.
for an issue using the villain
Yeah,
despair.
you have to play it a lot,
I would
dude.
also
The
argue
level,
that Golden
they start
is a
you in a
master
hole.
of
No, I
perspective,
get it.
especially
I get it.
distorted
RPG
fisheye lens type
elements, it's
shots
called,
that
or whatever.
lend towards
I get it.
surreal and
So have you
dreamlike
made it to
imagery.
the part?
Facial
No.
expressions
No.
and body
I'm about
posture
halfway there.
are rendered with
To where you
exaggerated
laughed.
anguish
Yeah.
when Strange is under
No, I
psychological
still
duress,
remember.
which makes the demon
That fucking
despair's
remote control
manipulations
drone. It's a
feel
drone
more
mission.
visceral. This is where Golden can pull away from realistic
It was a drone mission
towards cartoony
a quarter of
because
a
it
century ago.
emphasizes emotion. Finally, Golden seems
but
to
we've
pay
had
homage
drones
to
in
Steve
science fiction
Ditko's
for a while, but
classic
like I
Doctor
don't know
Strange
how
work,
long. I'm
with
sure it got when
creatures,
it got pretty
otherworldly
solid.
beings,
Like, no,
bizarre
we were going
dimensional
to a
backgrounds,
drone
but
future.
updated with his own, more modern, dynamic energy.
Halo's
I
always
see
had a little
panels here
drone.
that were super likely to have influenced
Halo.
others.
I can't remember
The
when they
eyes
did
and
the
mouth on Doctor Strange
little
in
fucking
this
monitor
panel
guy.
are reminiscent of how Art
But
Adams
Half-Life had
drew
the little
characters
drone
in
guy.
Longshot.
Yeah,
And this
they've known about
panel
their
of Doctor
drones for a
Strange
while.
in action, with his eyes in dark shadows, really reminds me of how Jim Lee drew characters during his
Have a drone
X-Men.
outside your window.
Another incredible example
no,
is Marvel Fanfare issue
little buzzing
47
thing.
featuring Spider-Man versus the Hulk.
Fuck,
Look at this
dude.
composition, with Hulk
So you
filling out the
reinvented
whole foreground,
mosquitoes.
emphasizing his size, or the
You reinvent
exaggeration here
because they're
on
miniaturizing
Spider-Man's
them.
eyes,
Every day they
which
get
isn't
smaller and smaller.
realistic,
So that's what
but it
you
sure sells the
reinvented
drama.
small, buzzing,
The interplay
annoying
between darkly
bugs.
inked areas and open line
And you're
art
not
to draw the
stopping.
eye across
That
the
didn't
page,
stop
I would consider that masterful.
That wasn't a big
But how
enough of
about
a
this
symbol or a
absolutely
deja vu moment, dude. That
insanely
wasn't a big
detailed
enough
shot
deja vu
of a
moment for you to go,
devastated city?
I feel
In
like
the
we've
more
been
rare
here
cases of Michael
before,
Golden working on
maybe.
straight-up superhero stories, he
These things
co-created
look a lot
Rogue
like
in
dragonflies
Avengers
that
Annual
we're
number 10 with
building,
writer
and
Chris Claremont. And while he
and the
didn't create
software code
Man-Bat,
looks
he
a lot
did
like
help re-envision the character
the
as a
same
private
code we're trying to
detective
find
with
in
writer Bob
nature.
Rozakis
This is
in the
just getting
pages
deep.
of Batman
Shit, dude.
Family.
This
Soon
is
enough,
getting deep.
Golden
Like,
would be working with
I
Man-Bat's
feel like we're in
co-creator,
a
Neil
Hindu
Adams.
fucking ball. You know,
By
one of those
1984,
fucking
Golden was
pictures
working
that
for
get all
Neil Adams' Continuity
like,
Studios,
guys,
going
wow.
back and forth between comics and
Whoa.
commercial art. He worked
Can we just
closely
make
with
some
Larry
movie
Hama on
slash
3
video
consecutive
games?
projects.
Can we make
the
an
first
interactive
one
movie,
being Bucky
dude?
O'Hare at
That's
Continuity.
all.
This
That
create your
helps
own
people
comic
heal
leaned
from
into
trauma,
adventure and included talking
dude,
animals
and
that were
grow.
technically
And oh
aliens.
no,
It
we
let
can't
Golden
do
and
that.
Hama
Oh
work on
fuck,
something
you're
that they
gonna
were
melt
both
me for
passionate
endorphin.
about,
What
and went
the
on to get a
fuck, dude?
cartoon, video game, toys, and that rewarded them both
Inspire
financially.
me and
A great space to let Golden go nuts on his more cartoony instincts and have it feel totally
like I said, they're
appropriate.
reinventing the mosquito,
Golden did a
dude.
number of
Literally,
covers
like,
and
wow,
short stories
guys.
for G.I.
Okay.
Joe with Larry Hama, and
Star
also
Robert, right?
was
No,
the
he's
first artist
materializing,
on
right?
Nam,
Like you're an
which
oil
told
thief,
historical
dude. You
fiction
came from
stories
underground.
set during the Vietnam
I
conflict
don't know how to
through
tell
the
you
eyes
this,
of
dude, but
rotating
you're
U.S.
possessed
service
by a
members.
spirit, a dead
Hama, a
spirit from
veteran who
underground
served in country,
that's been dead
oversaw
for
the title,
only God
and
knows
Golden
how long that
illustrated
shit's
for
been
10
dead,
of the first
dude.
12 issues. It
And it's
features
gonna
some of the
drag you
most
down there with it and all
realistically
your
detailed
family and your
machinery
kin,
and
dude.
vehicles and backgrounds that you would see in comics at the time, which helped contrast the
Anyways.
more expressive characters. The run, with art by
And
Michael
God can
Golden,
only help you
was very
so
realistic,
much,
showing
dude.
characters die, getting involved in real
He can't
battles,
do it for you.
and realistic
Same shit that's
behind-the-scenes
happening to us.
day-to-day life at the base camp. Oh,
Anyways.
and the covers, they
Like I
are
said, totally
dynamic
meaningless.
and intense. Some of the
Side
best
topic
out there.
conversation.
In fact, I'd say that Michael Golden is a masterful cover artist. Someone who really comes up with exciting imagery that sells the story inside. There's always an interesting angle.
What?
Great composition, good balance between light and dark. Rock solid gesture for characters.
Oh no, the
that
game
help
was
give it
mean to me
energy,
last night.
and then
No,
an area
remember?
that he'll
Remember
focus
me
on
log?
rendering some
And then I
incredible
get up and it was
detail.
nice to me.
Some
And now
of
I'm in
my
a good
favorite
mood.
covers include The Nam, The
Master
Punisher,
was nice to me
and
this
Batman
morning.
on Detective Comics. Apparently, someone that appreciated Michael Golden's art was rock star Glenn Danzig, because his band, Samhain, clearly used the skull Michael Golden illustrated on the cover of Crystar. And
there
that
was this
never
I guess there's a
credited.
bunch of comedians
Golden has
going
never
to
been
Saudi Arabia
compensated either. Still,
to do
Michael
a show
Golden
or
is,
something.
in my opinion,
And then another
one of the
comedian
best
like
to ever
lost
do
his
covers
shit
for
on
comics.
social media.
And I
he
think
had
his
a point.
mastery
He
of
was like,
energetic compositions and
you
detailed rendering
motherfuckers complain
influenced
about
the
freedom
entire
of speech
image
and
generation
cancel
of comics,
culture.
making him
And then
a
you go
godfather
to a
of that
country
era
that
of
literally
art. He influenced
doesn't
Art
have
Adams
the freedom
and
of
also
speech.
influenced the
They
Jim
literally
Lees
have
and
slaves there,
McFarlanes
dude.
of the day.
Should
Here
just
is a
call them out on
smattering
their
of
bullshit.
superstar artists
You're all a bunch
mentioning
of
Michael
fucking
Golden as an influence. And let's start in chronological order with who
Because,
he
yeah, they're
influenced.
trying
We'll
to put a
start
pretty
with Art
face on
Adams.
that dictatorship.
So here's an example. In 2002, Art
It's a
Adams was
dictatorship,
interviewed
dude.
in
It's
Comic
okay.
Book
We all
Artist
know.
issue 17, and he mentioned Michael
We make
Golden as a
movies about
big
you guys.
inspiration, saying, quote, "The
No,
first
here
time
come the
I thought
Jews. Here
about
come
comics as something I
the
wanted to do
conservatives.
was
Here,
when
here
I
they come.
bought and
Yeah,
read
the
the
Death
very
Squad
first issue of
guys.
Micronauts
The
by
football
Michael
rapist,
Golden
Death
and Joe
Squad guy. You know,
Rubinstein,
kill the, eat the
written by
losers.
Bill
That we
Mantlo.
know,
So
dude. We know
when
who
I
you
saw
are.
it,
It's
I
okay.
bought lots of
You don't have
copies
to
of that
hide.
one and was giving them to everyone I knew in high school. And they were looking at me like I was insane. And
We
I'd
eat
say,
the loser.
look,
We know.
that's what I'm going to do.
We know what the
In a
score is, dude.
2011
We just
interview
look at the
with
loser a
Comic Book
little differently
Resources,
than you
Todd
do.
McFarlane said,
You spit
quote,
on the fucking
"I've been a
loser. You
fan
make
of
fun
Michael
of it.
Golden's almost
Where
as
we
long
think
as
the
I've been a
loser.
fan of comic books. He's
We
been a
couldn't have a
huge
game without the
influence
fucking
on my
loser,
artwork
dude.
over the years. Back in 1990, the editor of the Spider-Man titles, Jim
Anyway.
Salicrup, interviewed artist Todd McFarlane in issue 81
I was
of
listening to shit about
Comics
Caesar
Interview.
and Sulla.
And I
And
asked
that
him
shit was
how
taught
he
all
came up
wrong,
with the
dude. But
popular design
anyway,
of Spider-Man's webbing.
so that's why I'm a little fired
McFarlane
up.
instantly
But
credited
yeah,
Golden,
education
saying,
is
quote,
for the
"The
rich.
webbing
It's by
idea
the
came
rich
from an
for the
old
rich.
black
So
and
of
white
course
piece.
it's going to
Years
reflect
ago,
the
you
opinions
guys
of the
used to put out
rich.
these black and white portfolios
That's why they
around
taught you
1980
Caesar
or
was the
something
bad
like
guy.
that.
Caesar
And
was
there
the
was
bad
one
guy.
piece
No,
that was
dude,
the
it's for the
Defenders
rich.
by
It was
Mike
made by the
Golden,
rich.
and for
It's for
whatever
the rich.
reason,
It's kept
he
by
had
the rich.
Spider-Man in it. He did this great Spider-Man with this funky webbing,
So,
and I kept that
ouch,
piece out of all
dude.
the pieces. And I'd go, if I ever turn into a comic book pro, and if I
Caesar
ever
was
work for Marvel
popular.
Comics,
Caesar was
and if I
liked by
ever
the
get to do
people.
Spider-Man,
So
I'm
he
going
was
to do
hated
webbing
by
like
people
that.
who aren't
Aside from
rich
McFarlane,
people,
another
powerful
Image Comics
people who
founder
aren't
that
liked
mentioned
by their
Golden is
slaves.
Rob Liefeld. In an interview with Alex
So it
Grand
was
on
literally
Comic Book
love versus
Historians,
hate,
Liefeld
dude.
said,
It was
You
the
know, I
battle.
grew up.
Yeah. Anyways.
Perez, Byrne, Michael Golden, they did annuals and they really resonated.
Obviously, Liefeld liked Golden,
And yeah, some of
as
them
he
fuckers
will say,
happen to
homaged
pretend
this
that they
famous G.I.
love
Joe
us,
shot for a cover
that
of
they
New
are
Mutants.
like us, when
Image
they
Comics
aren't like us,
co-founder
dude.
Eric Larson mentions
And
Michael
they
Golden
hate that
on
they
the
have to
Direct
pretend to
Edition
be like
podcast,
us.
saying,
There's a lot of
That is your time
Michael Golden influence in all of us, and I think we're all kind of
Hush your
going,
mouth.
this is the guy.
And while I couldn't find an interview quote by Image founder Will Spertatio, he did hire Michael Golden
Yeah,
to
I
do a
guess
cover
you
for
don't
his
want to
book
be like
Webworks.
us.
In passing, Image
like
founders
us.
like Mark Silvestri has called Golden brilliant, and Jim Lee posted artwork on 2016 to Facebook where he specifically calls Michael Golden an inspiration. As you move into the second wave of creators that were making their own books at Image, you find people like J. Scott Campbell mentioning Golden as an influence
the
in
Indians
Inside
volunteer
Image
for
number
this
6, soliciting for his new series
I
Gen
was listening
13.
to an Indian
In an
yesterday.
interview with
And
the
no, they
Comic
are different.
Archive,
They're old
Dave
ways still,
Johnson
as people
mentioned
forget.
Golden
He was
as an
talking about
early
how men
influence,
basically
saying,
most of my career, I
fucking
feel
have
like
no
I've been
heart.
chasing after,
And not in those
you
words,
know,
but he was
trying to
talking
be
about
like
women and the
Mike
tribe
Jordan
and the
or,
role. And,
you know, whoever.
you know, he's talking about men are more
And
logical
you know,
and
now when I
more,
sit down, I don't really think about.
you know,
how
and
to
we're
do
Western
things as
men.
much
So
as
us
I just
Western
do.
men, we're more
and Joe
and all that.
Madureira
But so,
posted
to
to
natives,
Facebook in
like, no, that's
2013
women shit,
listing
dude. That
Michael
crying
Golden
is
as
for
an
women,
influence.
bro.
And these are just a handful of
So
popular
anyways,
artists who have
it's
mentioned
weird
Michael
sometimes
Golden
to
as an
hear the
influence,
old.
with plenty more like Chris Botchlow or Kevin
Yeah,
Nolan that you can easily
that's the
find.
power
To
of women.
me, that means
You know,
Golden has an influence
like,
beyond readers, but with a
that's
whole
why they're
generation of
attacked by the
artists that in
evil one.
turn reach out to more
It's
readers.
because the
An
evil one
outsized
gets
impact.
mad because they
One
know.
mystery I couldn't
Anyways,
resolve
it
was
was
what
a good
happened
shit.
to the 1990 Superman annual that Michael Golden was drawing.
Yeah, Indians
DC
don't cry,
advertised
bro.
it, but it
No,
just never
Indians
came
don't
out.
fucking cry,
I can
dude.
find
You
some
don't
of the
cry.
unpublished pages online, but I can't find any interviews that explain what happened to this project. Golden eventually shifted away from regular comics work and these days does the occasional commission edition or cover.
Lay low.
Golden has said that he prefers the
Don't try.
control over his
Lay
own
low.
projects and the deadlines in commercial illustration work compared to comics. So,
Lay low.
be that as it may, totally understand and get that, but I think we can all be very grateful
don't cry.
for his Bronze Age comics work. It influenced an entire generation of artists in turn. Now, if you'd like to see more of Michael Golden's work up close, there are several great art books. He puts out a great one called Excess, but the main one that I'd like to point you to is Michael Golden's Marvel Stories Artist Edition by IDW. Just a fantastic book that has some of his absolute best work, from The Nom, Marvel Fanfare, Doctor Strange. Really, really good. So, folks, thank you so much for listening to me extol the virtues of Michael Golden's work. Just an incredible artist. I think that he might turn 70 this year, but he really did have a huge impact in comics, and he's one of my personal favorites, so much so that I've really been intimidated about making an episode about him for a long time. But hopefully I've done it at least a little bit of justice, interested you in his artwork.
Break free with the new Opera GX.
It's me, Mudahar, and it's kind of a double upload style of a day today. I actually did want to yap about this. Ladies and gentlemen, EA Games, Electronic Abomination. I was reading literally today that they got bought out. They went private. There's apparently a $55 billion deal, where apparently the Saudi Arabians have bought them. So I want to just kind of talk about this a little bit, because I've seen so much yelling and constant information that I wanted to kind of hit you a little bit with like a wall of facts, okay? Now, I'm talking about this because I love video games. I really do. Right now, I'm actually playing through Infinite Wealth, like the Yakuza game. I'm just trying to platinum it right now. One of my favorite franchises, I will say. Out of nowhere, really, but that's a different story. I play a lot of indie games, especially games like Factorio, especially games that I can find on Steam that are like $10, but they give me like 1,000 hours of playtime. What I'm not a big fan of, and this is just something that I think a lot of gamers kind of feel, is I don't really buy a lot of big AAA titles. Necessarily. So for me, AAA gaming is one of those things where I just have conveniently, like, if I don't buy a AAA game anymore until like GTA 6, it's not going to necessarily bother me, okay? Because a lot of AAA stuff is usually shit that companies will sell you for like $70, $80, $60, whatever the fucking price tag is, and usually it's not as good as the indie stuff. It's just the same bullshit that I guess we've all become accustomed to. It's all games that are made to be hyper-monetized and whatnot. So EA Games, for me, like, the moment they stopped producing a lot of single-player stuff, the last EA game that I bought that I really enjoyed was, I'm not joking with you, the Dead Space remake. And that was a remake of a game that came out a long time ago.
He was convinced that,
so
yes, he
again,
should go to school. He's
there's
better,
a lot of people
but
that
he
are
was
excited for things like Battlefield 6, and I'm glad if you are. Bro, I'm just too old at this point to really play shooters where everyone in the world is snapping to my head. I'd rather just cozy up and play a fucking single-player game and talk about Linux, okay? That is what it is. So anyways, to give you an idea, EA Games has effectively announced a $55 billion buyout. And there's three big buyers, okay? There's Silver Lake, who are apparently, involved with buying out TikTok and shit. You've got a company known as Affinity Partners, which belongs to Jared Kushner. Yeah, that guy. And then, of course, you've got the Saudi Arabian, investment fund, which, it's $1 trillion fund for Saudi Arabia, where they've just basically been buying up everything. So immediately this was announced, and I guess they're buying it at like $210 a share. So if you had money to throw into the stock before, this deal came out or as it was coming out, smart move to make, okay? Provided you could actually cash in on that cream. But this isn't me talking about investing your money, all right? This is me talking about fucking EA getting bought out. So immediately right here, I started looking at a bunch of stuff where former people from BioWare were talking about how all of this is going to be guns and football, and they're going to get rid of the gay stuff down the road too, which ultimately I don't really think that, Saudi Arabia or whatever are really going to go in and push their, brand of politics necessarily. At the end of the day, business is business, okay? And if you can find a way to profit off of something, you can always bend your will and malleable ideas to that, okay? It is what it is. And you really have to see things going forward. But the thing that was important about this is I wanted to see how this actual buyout was done. So apparently for $55 billion, according to some actual financial guys, this was a leveraged buyout, okay? So apparently this buyout includes $20 billion worth of debt, and that basically means that the people buying this out, right, the people who are purchasing EA, are effectively relying on the company's assets. They need this fucking company to be as profitable as they can actually make it, just because they're putting in so much money to buy it. The actual real winners in this are not the fucking gamers, and I'll tell you why in a bit. They're not the guys who are buying it, because now they have to make this project work. It's actually the guys at the top of EA, all right? The people that have already fucked this company beyond belief, at least in the eyes of gamers. They made it one of the most evil gaming companies in the world. Yeah, those are the ones that are walking away with this with a fucking pretty penny. So immediately when I was looking at this deal and I saw how it was bought out, it reminded me that, look, at the end, a lot of those big developers at EA are going to start getting layoffs. And you kind of started to see this even with Activision and Microsoft. Like, bro, just because a super big company buys you doesn't necessarily mean that everyone gets to enjoy a little bit of relaxation. Immediately, when these purchases fucking happen, what they want is the company to be incredibly profitable. And how that happens is they immediately start trimming the costs. So just if you're like a developer who's working at any of the studios that aren't producing these sports games at EA, that aren't working on things like Battlefield, I do expect that there's going to be layoffs, especially related to this down the road. Now, the only EA game that I was even remotely somewhat like keeping an attention on was Mass Effect 4 or Mass Effect 5, whatever they're going to title it, because they had Mass Effect Andromeda. And I understand, Mood, it's BioWare, and BioWare hasn't exactly had the most sterling reputation. But that was about the only game that I was into. It's a single-player Mass Effect game that, I've been somebody that has been with Mass Effect since the beginning. Even if it turned out to be dog shit, I would still be interested to see the game come out. Now, I'm almost even suspecting that game probably won't even see the light of day. Simply because I haven't heard much about it since the actual, reveal for Mass Effect 4 or 5 or whatever the title is. But now, given the fact that this is a leveraged buyout and the fact that BioWare is already kind of on the outs, or, at least it's been the most scrutinized, I don't expect them to be receiving the same sort of love as the sports division or Battlefield. And again, this is just speculation on my end. There was apparently a rumor that came out that apparently the new owners of EA, were looking at breaking big with AI as the future. Okay. And we all know what that means, okay? Basically, they want to apparently, and this is just a rumor, look at using artificial intelligence to quote-unquote boost profits in the coming years. So yeah, if you're a developer for this company or anybody in general, and you're drawing a salary, the bean counters who are now trying to make this leveraged buyout work are going to be looking at your salary, your involvement in the company, and seeing how that compares to an enterprise AI package. Spoiler alert, the AI is going to be a lot fucking cheaper down the road. And the thing with AI is it's just, at least generatively, it's all around us, okay? You've already got apparently talent agencies trying to hype up AI influencers, AI celebrities. You've already got just AI shit permeating all over, social media platforms like YouTube, TikTok, or whatever. We live in a day and age where we've probably got 6 times the amount of media that is being created every single day. No joke. But it's also that 6 times of that content, that content itself, most of it appears to just be AI-generated shit anyway. It's getting genuinely difficult sometimes to find the real human being in amongst the slew of AI-generated shit that's getting thrown in our ways. And I don't think that's going to change for even things like gaming. If EA already was a company that had you fucking cringing to begin with, I don't doubt going forward, especially to turn a profit, a lot of the stuff might just start involving generative AI. I wouldn't even doubt that as Battlefield 6 drops, and if that game really does do well, which it seems like it will, because gamers are kind of excited for it, I wouldn't even doubt that modern EA would just suddenly decide to constantly fill it with a slew of AI-generated, gun skins that they can sell down the road, just to make full cream profit and cut out even the artists or or just the developers from that entire exchange anyways. I wouldn't even doubt in the future if a lot of those shitty-made sports games that are already Control-C and Control-V into the next year project are not going to be vibe-coded even a little bit, or a lot, going into the future. Yeah, the EA
It was never the
acquisition
art,
is
dude.
just one of those things where,
It's
like,
always the person.
you know, it's
Never
not a
the
big deal for me because, look, I love playing video games, but honestly, like, every single, like, year, at least for the last, like, two years, I would say, I've been in a situation where, like, my care for the AAA industry is, like, at such an all-time low that it's not even funny. Like, I don't think that there's a lot of game companies. Like, I've already given up faith on companies like Ubisoft for the most part. I've given up hopes on anything Activision related. It's to the point where, like, every year I would somewhat even be excited about, like, a Call of Duty campaign.
EA got bought out by, like,
I can't
Jared
even be
Kushner
fucked to look at the minute-long,
Saudi
like, trailers
Arabia.
for that new Black Ops 7, just because all of the wind has been taken out of the sails. And if you think I give a shit about EA stuff, bro, they're not even keeping franchises that I have somewhat of an excitement on. You know, games like Need for Speed are already an afterthought. Games like Mass Effect, games like Dead Space 2, which, in all honesty, should have probably gotten a remake, have not. So under the current under the current EA banner, things are already dog shit. I think current EA sucks. And this acquisition, if anything, probably has a chance to make things even better. But then when you look closely at how it was purchased, you start to just completely realize that the people behind this purchase and how they've purchased it, they're going to try to make this the most, like, profitable purchase for them, okay? They're going to try to cut costs everywhere they can, meddle in a little bit of AI, and they're only going to be looking at the actual, like, IPs that EA has that they know they can do something with monetization-wise, okay? So games in the sports genre, obviously, they can crank that shit full of advertising, crank that shit full of money-making ventures, because we all know how insane sports games get. And if you're wondering, Mood, it's Saudi Arabia. Don't they hate gambling and shit in video games? Yeah, I'm sure they hate gambling in their country. But if they can find a way to use other countries' laws to make billions of dollars for themselves through their investment, bro, that's always going to win, okay? Just think of life like that. Stop thinking of it in the sense of culture battles. Look at it from business perspectives. They're not going to kill cash cows, especially after they've put so much money into these projects. And Saudi Arabia is also not the sole investor. I hate the way that it's being sort of like narrow, told in the public. This is a joint purchase. And this is a joint purchase on the basis of making money. Really, the big losers in this, I would say, are actually just the gamers who have more of an interest from EA when it comes to the IPs that aren't anything to do with, you know, your Battlefields or your sports games or really anything that can have battle passes and everything thrown right in. This is going to be a thing where most of the stuff that comes out from EA is going to be IPs that they can live service, hyper monetize. So if you're ever thinking that maybe there was a chance that a Dead Space 2 remake could come out or another genuinely amazing single player title, I'm not really seeing it. And that's why if I had any fucks left about EA, after this purchase, they're already dashed. It's the same feeling that I had when Activision was bought out. It's really the same feeling I had when Embracer Group, to an extent, bought out some of my favorite franchises. I literally talked about Deus Ex a few days ago, and how Embracer Group's project, or their remake of that, was probably the most low-effort dog shit that I've ever seen thrown out. And again, it shows me that no matter how much money you give these companies, like if they're part of these big investment portfolios, you tend to see less of the games and you start to see more of the shitty practices that led to these companies being so vilified in the first place. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to give you a view on this, on part of the culture war or anything of that nature. I'm just here to give you a grim reality. If you're thinking in the future you're going to get some bangers from EA, I really hope you do. But the writing on the wall for me says that probably should just fucking stick to indies, boys. Probably should fucking stick far away. The EA games that I grew up as a kid with, you know, the fucking EA games, challenge everything. That shit died the moment I turned into a fucking teenager, the moment I was in my fucking senior year. And if you think that EA is still here now that I'm fucking in my 30s, god damn, you have got to be insane out of your mind. But yeah, I wanted to yap about it because EA Games, man, once a titan of the industry, now just another notch in the portfolios of billionaires around the world who, in my honest opinion, probably don't even give a shit about gaming, obviously in the same manner you and I give a shit about gaming, okay? Unless the manner of gaming you care about is how the fuck can we monetize it and make our share price go through the roof. Ladies and gentlemen, I am out.
Johnson & Johnson were tracking what kind of Google searches pregnant women did. And they found a spike in concern of autism and Tylenol. Publicly, it released an ad for pregnant women and new moms. But privately, the company tracked what pregnant women were searching on Google and found a spike in concern. Tylenol, we now have internal documents from Johnson & Johnson, which used to be the company that made Tylenol. But they recently spun Tylenol off to a separate company, and I'll tell you why in a second. But the Daily Caller obtained documents from Johnson & Johnson that show executives received alerts from physicians and parents about potential links between prenatal acetaminophen exposure and autism or ADHD starting in 2008.
Oh, the problem's much worse now.
But they
Maybe they should have said something.
But they issued no public warnings. The revelations published on September 26, 2025, follow President Trump's advisory to pregnant women to limit Tylenol use and the FDA's initiation of label updates noting a possible association based on observational studies. While some analysis suggests 20 to 30% higher odds for neurodevelopmental disorders, large studies like the 2024 JAMA review of 2.5 million children find no causal connection after adjusting for genetics and maternal health. Okay, we all know that the JAMA is also corrupted by big pharma money. So all the medical journals are completely corrupted. Just so you know, we found that out during COVID. They're all corrupted. Okay, so let's watch this. Emily Kopp tweets out, docs that show the makers of Tylenol secretly knew credible research linked its drug to autism 7 years ago. Tylenol's epidemiologist said the weight of the evidence is starting to feel heavy to me, but she worried doing their own safety study would confirm the link. You want to see it? So here's the email. Thanks. The weight of the evidence is starting to feel heavy to me. Well, whatever you do, don't take Tylenol for the pain. Am I right? Come on. We are talking with Rachel Ox-Ross, the neurologist in CNS today. Originally, it was a talk about biological plausibility for benefit of acetaminophen, but now we've added the studies in prenatal exposure and neurodevelopment outcome. It looks like there's a bunch of papers from 2016 that we somehow missed. Many of them by Liu et al. Remember, we contacted that group and they never got back to us. They did get busy, though. I was going to take Friday off. Bruce and I are spending the weekend in Philly starting Friday night. We're finally going to see those Terracotta Warriors. I'll be working as a meeting, though. Let me know what you think after you move that up. So there you go. So the weight of the evidence is starting to feel heavy to me.
How'd that end up?
The weight of the evidence. And here is from Johnson & Johnson, summary of individual studies. Individual observational studies show a somewhat consistent association of increased occurrence of neurodevelopment outcomes with prenatal exposure to Tylenol. Strength. Often studies measured exposed prospectively prior to knowing the outcome. Danish, Norwegian data sources are large, well-established, and population-based. Some studies use trained psychologists to administer the tests, and some of the outcome measures were validated. That's from Johnson & Johnson. Here is a call to action on Tylenol and pregnancy published in a top scientific journal in 2021. Privately, the company tracked what pregnant women were searching on Google. So Johnson & Johnson were tracking what kind of Google searches pregnant women did. And they found a spike in concern of autism and Tylenol. Publicly, it released an ad for pregnant women and new moms. But privately, the company tracked what pregnant women were searching on Google and found a spike in concern. So here's what they're talking about. So when they say that a call to action title that published a top scientific journal in 2021, here's that.
Remember.
So, Google Trends and Landscape. We compared the following 4 searches for the year before the Bauer statement was published.
Oh, mac
So
and
I guess the Bauer statement was
cheese.
talking about the connection with autism and Tylenol. So that got published here, October 3rd, 2021. Bauer statement published. Look up Bauer statement. So right there, and here's the spike in searches for Tylenol and autism. Look at that spike. Look at that spike. And they were tracking this. Johnson.
That's how you know the TikToks are them doing PR. They keep close attention. They're trying to read your mind. So as soon as they see the concern, oh, now there's all these women going, I don't care about Tylenol and I'm pregnant. Tylenol safe. FRSK. That's paid. They're watching this. They take action.
And so in response to that, they're figuring out that women were Google searching the hell out of autism and Tylenol. They released this commercial. You ready?
You were a mom, a teacher, a boss. You fixed boo-boos and meals. You never stopped taking care of everyone. I know it's been hard to see each other, but I want you to know that I do see you. And I love you.
So you don't want to show the real version of this because her mom wouldn't recognize her anymore and starts hallucinating that she's Narnia. But here we go.
Happy Mother's Day.
From Tylenol.
Cared without limits.
Cared without limits. So that's what they did when they realized that pregnant women were suspicious of the connection between Tylenol and autism. They made
without limits in what?
They made that. What's that?
Without limits in what? Dosage? What does that mean?
What?
Care without limits. What does that mean?
Care without. I think they mean care without limits. Like there's no limit to a mother's love and care.
That's I know because they've been looking into Tylenol, like it might have been poisoning their children.
And be sure to try Tylenol for babies to deal with the headaches that they receive after the hepatitis B shot. Tylenol's market share had declined. In response, the company launched a new campaign marketing Tylenol as a mega brand vital for all stages of life, including pregnancy and infancy. A probable link between the drug and neurological damage in infants touches every aspect of the brand. That's what an internal presentation acknowledged. Did you know that?
Yes.
Here.
All right, Sydney, let's see.
This is their ads. These are their ads for every stage of life. Moms with kids 0 to 12, moms 33 to 48 suffer from colds and sinus.
Did you guys last? No.
From 35 to 55 for recurrent sleeplessness sufferers, 40 and over body and headache pain, and then 50 and over. It says WOA. I don't know what that means. So. 100 days, 100 years. That's what they decided to do.
Jesus Christ. Is this better or worse than a big picture of Stalin? For real. Because at least Stalin was a guy. I don't have this fucking product telling me to like poison my kids and like, you're obligated. This is like a commie picture, but a product.
And then they had to spin off Tylenol from Johnson & Johnson because if they didn't, they were going to lose one of their Johnsons. Ultimately, Johnson & Johnson spun off Tylenol into a legally discrete entity they called Kenvue. That move coincided with a class action lawsuit. So they got sued, class action lawsuit about the connection between autism and Tylenol. And they then said, hey, we're going to get rid of that company. We're going to get rid of Tylenol. We're going to set up another company, and it's going to be theirs now. Now J&J won't even comment on it. Johnson & Johnson divested its consumer health businesses years ago. That's what they say. Did you find out what the Bauer thing is?
Yes, it's Ann Bauer's statement
Lawrence Anbauer, a University of Massachusetts epidemiologist, has stated that while some studies show a correlation...
Well, remember Johnson Johnson got...
While some studies show a correlation between prenatal acetaminophen use and conditions like autism, the science requires a nuance. Oh, is this... I feel like AI is...
So that's so there was a researcher at what university?
At University of Massachusetts.
And so she released a statement.
Yes.
And
her statements on Tylenol relate to the use of acetaminophen during pregnancy.
So that's that. So that's right there, September 2021. Bauer's statement is published about the connection between autism and Tylenol. And boom! And guess how we got because that's what Tylenol was doing. Johnson & Johnson was tracking what pregnant women were Googling. And they saw a huge spike in Googling Tylenol and autism. Huh. And then they got rid of Tylenol. They're like, oh, we're getting out of that. It's another company now. It's not us anymore. Anyway.
ValueJet.
What is that?
It's like ValueJet or like any of these cheap airlines.
Yeah.
They're the old planes are from a big airline. They just make a cutout basically that you can put everything on. Johnson & Johnson, remember, they had just lost the lawsuit about that baby powder thing causing cancer. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
And they knew about it. They knew the baby powder caused cancer, and they didn't do anything about it.
And their vaccine was the only one taken off the market.
Oh, the Johnson & Johnson.
Like, it's still fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they took it off the market, even though they're like, it's still fine. I don't know how
So you want to know a
works.
conspiracy theory about that? Like they always were going to have it in for Johnson & Johnson, right? So because Johnson & Johnson was not mRNA vaccine.
Oh, right.
It was an old style vaccine. Well, it turns out it gave you blood clots. So then, what they wanted was the mRNA vaccine to be taken up and used from here on out. They wanted that to be the hero. So they were like, oh, we're going to stop the Johnson & Johnson to make it look like they care about your health. Oh, we found a problem and we stopped it. Believe me, if we found a problem with the mRNA vaccines, we would stop that too. We'd pull that vaccine. Because look, we pulled the Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson was a sacrificial lamb for the mRNA technology. That's what a lot of people are saying. And it seems to be credible.
Why do they want mRNA inside me so much?
So that's the theory of why they were allowed to pull the Johnson & Johnson, or why the plan was always to pull the Johnson & Johnson clot so we could push mRNA even harder. That's the theory.
Pulling a Johnson on me.
Pulling a Johnson. I'll see you in Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, and San Francisco. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. And I'll see you in Australia. Go to jimmydore.com. Come see me on tour in Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco, Melbourne, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Brisbane, Burbank, California the day after Thanksgiving, and Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
I woke you up several times.
EA already had some of the worst management, but now some of the worst people have completely acquired Electronic Arts. Back in September 26, 2025, there were already reports that EA was close to essentially completing a deal to sell the company and go private. EA currently is a public company. It is publicly traded. Their shareholders and whatnot, who they have to appease to. By going private, they're no longer in the stock market and any of that stuff. They are kind of an entity that kind of operates, as the title suggests, privately. But the people who have bought EA, the organizations who have acquired EA, are not ones that inspire confidence. That report was essentially confirmed by EA today on September 29th, 2025, with EA announcing that they have sold the company for $55 billion. And this is something that EA confirmed on their official website and their investors relations portal page. It reads right here, EA announces agreement to be acquired by PIF, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners for $55 billion. PIF, for those who don't know, is a Saudi Arabian organization, and there's already plenty of dark implications there. Humanitarian issues, like human rights issues with Saudi Arabia, and the way that those elements can potentially influence EA games and their output of products is disconcerting. And then there's Silver Lake, and then Affinity Partners is an organization run by Jared Kushner, who's also not a particularly savory figure and is all in this for the money. He's very much just a suit, and his leadership or the leadership of any of these organizations will ultimately offer no benefit to the actual art of making games and want to exploit the art of game making in order to make profit. But yeah, this is a deal where this consortium comprised of PIF, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners will acquire 100% of EA, with PIF rolling over its existing 9.9% stake in the company. So PIF used to own only 10% of EA. Now with this acquisition, combined with Silver Lake and Affinity Partners, they'll own 100% of EA. And the difference between this and Activision Blizzard, which was acquired for $69 billion by Microsoft, is that Activision Blizzard still remains a publicly traded company. That will not be the case for Electronic Arts. This is a deal that is expected to be completed in Q1 of fiscal year 2027, so somewhere between April 1st and June 30th of 2026. Now, a key detail about this acquisition is the way they're going about it. The consortium, the combination of PIF, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners who are buying out EA, their equity investment is that of approximately $36 billion. So what about the rest, you may ask? Well, it is stated right here, $20 billion of debt financing fully and solely committed by JP Morgan Chase Bank. This is such a massive acquisition that the consortium, the group of conglomerates, couldn't ultimately cover all of the expenses. So now EA essentially is $20 billion in debt to JP Morgan Chase Bank. And then alongside all that, it was confirmed right here that Andrew Wilson will remain CEO. And while Andrew Wilson has certainly on a financial level guided EA as a corporation to heights that please the shareholders and investors, when it comes to the impact, the negative impact he's had on the art of making games, that's an area where people are not happy that he's remaining the leader. But of course, the whole point of this venture isn't to make EA products better, isn't to make their games better. It's to pursue, financial goals. It's to pursue corporate agendas. It's to make as much money as possible. And so we're going to see a lot of aspects of this company now suffer, from the quality of their products, I believe, to the employees and the way cost-cutting measures will come into play. Video game journalist Jason Schreier put it best. He says right here, it's official, EA is going private. The leveraged buyout will be financed by staggering $20 billion of debt, which likely means some aggressive cost-cutting is ahead of EA in the coming months and years. And that'll come in the form of essentially mass layoffs, shutting down certain studios. I fear for BioWare at this point because companies like BioWare, studios like BioWare, do not align with the agenda of the likes of PIF, which stands for Public Investment Fund, for those who don't know, Silver Lake, and Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners, whose affiliation with, the government, the fact that, Donald Trump is president and he's his son-in-law, also creates potential conflicts of interest, so on and so forth. Like, none of this is ultimately good. But aside from the fact that EA is making a deal with multiple devils, including Saudi Arabia, well, that's been a huge focus of this whole fiasco. As Jason Schreier said here, a lot of people are understandably focused on the Saudi Arabia and Kushner part of this, but the far bigger immediate impact will come from the new private EA being on the hook for $20 billion in debt. Now that they're a private company, they have to recoup that themselves. They have to be able to pay that off themselves. That could mean mass layoffs, more aggressive monetization, which will make games worse, as if FIFA or, EA Sports FC and similar sports titles and many of EA's releases weren't monetized enough already. They might be significantly more aggressive on that front, and other big cost-cutting measures that will ultimately negatively impact much of the future of EA. That's the fear, and those fears, I think, are well warranted. And then tying into the cost-cutting measures is this article from the Financial Times, whose headline reads, Video games maker Electronic Arts strikes $55 billion deal to go private. While this article is paywalled, there are news outlets who have picked up on certain aspects of what this article learned that are important to know in this grand scheme of cost-cutting measures so they can pay off that $20 billion debt to JP Morgan Chase. So right here we have Insider Gaming, whose headline reads, New EA owners hoping AI will cut costs and boost profits. It's claimed by the Financial Times. It reads right here that, according to that article, the ownership group is betting on AI being able to significantly cut CEA's operating costs. AI will be used as a way to boost EA's profits in the coming years and to manage a large debt load on a company that historically carried limited net debt. And they're further amplifying why all this is ultimately bad for EA, its franchises, and the developers, and the artists, and folks who actually want to make games for the art of making games and wanting to deliver a good product, is the perception that, as the New York Times heard right here, gaming companies have tried to adapt to changing player attitudes and appetites. Console games, those made for the PlayStation and Xbox, as well as desktop computer titles, have largely been in decline. This is a perspective and claim that is plain and simply false. Some of the biggest successes these last few years have been from non-live services, from single-player experiences. I mean, if you look at some of the most successful titles on Steam, which highlight some of the most successful titles, period, looking at the all-time peaks here and putting them in that order, you'll find that, second place is Black Myth, Wukong, Power World is up there, Monster Hunter Wilds. You've got, the likes of Cyberpunk 2077 and Elden Ring and Hogwarts Legacy, and Baldur's Gate 3 as among the most played and the most highly successful financial commercial products. And then most recently, even indie titles like Hollow Knight Silksong have garnered tremendous acclaim, and on top of that have sold incredibly well and have done numbers that a lot of those AAA publishers who pursue live services in the name of profit would be jealous of. But the general belief is that the direction to go is live services and free-to-play, and this is something that EA has subscribed to for a very long time. They've made claims that single-player games are dying when in fact they're thriving more than ever. The New York Times states right here that instead gamers have flocked to free-to-play games like Fortnite, and many play from smartphones and other mobile devices. Not to say that there isn't a huge audience there, not to say that there aren't huge financial successes on that front, but all of that often involves gameplay systems that force you to spend money on, gambling elements, microtransactions, and gacha and loot boxes that kind of inspire recurrent spending in order for you to have like an ideal experience, because those games are purposely designed in such a way that you have to spend a lot of money recurrently in order to be able to get the rewards that you want at a fun, consistent, not insufferable pace. And that's because it isn't very regulated. Companies just get away with the most extreme versions of those elements. And that's what these, many of these AAA game companies or publishers want to exploit. They want a piece of that pie because of the monetization potential, not because those pave the road to great gameplay experiences. This continues. Others have embraced casual mobile games which do not take the same amount of time and money to develop as those made by major studios like Electronic Arts. And so the perspective is they want more money for less effort, for less work, for less expenditure. And then it says right here, analysts believe that the Saudi plan is to make some of Electronic Arts' most popular titles widely available and possibly free to play on platforms, which could include mobile devices and streaming television apps. And yeah, those analysts are probably right. Entities like Saudi Arabia come into play here and making such a major purchase of EA. It is ultimately about just spreading their influence. It is about acquisition of money and power. But the thing is, getting in bed with Saudi Arabia is not something that is viewed in a positive light due to, as I mentioned previously, some of the major ways in which Saudi Arabia does not respect just basic human rights. So right here we have the Human Rights Watch website that talks about Saudi Arabia, and you can see right here just all the various reports that highlight that Saudi Arabia, the leaders and organizations like the PIF, the abuses that they've partaken in, the censorship that they've partaken in, and the way they've essentially just wiped out dissenters is pretty ruthless and just morally, not even questionable, just morally reprehensible. It reads right here, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has consolidated political and economic power, including as chairman of Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, the PIF, a sovereign wealth fund that has facilitated and benefited from rights abuses. PIF investments in high-profile sports and entertainment events, domestically and internationally, are used to whitewash the country's abysmal human rights record. Migrant workers, including on PIF-funded projects, face widespread abuses under the kafala sponsorship system. Saudi Arabian authorities harshly repress any dissent, including by handing down long sentences or the death penalty after unfair trials or charges related to peaceful online expression, and that's just scratching the surface. And then the likes of Jared Kushner and his organization being in league with the elite, and their goals not being aligned with delivering the best consumer experience with gaming, but just lining their pockets with, more money, because for these kinds of folks, enough money does not exist. There's all the money. That's what they want. You got a concoction here that just is basically the worst case scenario I could have imagined for an EA acquisition. One potential upside is that because EA doesn't have to appease to shareholders anymore due to the fact that they're going private, maybe they have more autonomy over the way they do things, but that autonomy ultimately comes down to who is at the head of EA. And sure, Andrew Wilson might be the CEO, but he's ultimately a puppet of the investors who acquired this corporation, this company that now belongs to them, and they can dictate however they want. They can influence however they want, and Saudi Arabia can essentially go in, and their ideals can be infused in EA releases and products, and the elites and the likes of, Jared Kushner's organization, Affinity Partners, and the like of Silver Lake. All of them will ultimately influence the direction of Electronic Arts and the kind of products they release and the kind of content that those products contain. I just don't foresee this being a partnership that paves the road to, and I don't foresee this being a partnership that paves the road to the most creatively empowering kind of situations and the most creatively empowering products. And the thing about Saudi Arabia and the PIF in particular is that over the last few years, they've gone and either invested in or acquired tons of other video game related companies. They have a stake in Capcom and Embracer Group and NCSoft and Nexon and Nintendo and SNK Corporation and Take-Two Interactive, and they've acquired the likes of Hero Esports and Niantic and Scopely and Steer Studios. You're not going to blame those dudes, are you? EA, it is all jointly owned between the PIF and these other organizations. That is a tremendous amount of influence and power to give one entity over corporations that represent a huge portion of an entire medium, the interactive medium that is video games. The kind of power that they'll have to influence how these video games are made, the things that they'll allow and not allow, and how their goals are ultimatly about self-service. How their goals are ultimately about delivering the messages that they want to send, and their involvement restricting certain kinds of content, and their involvement ultimately being about maximum monetization and not maximum fun means that nobody wins here except the moneymakers. Stephen Totillo here spoke to various folks within EA who've expressed concerns as well. I wrote about the EA deal and spoke to some current EA workers to get their takes. We have seen quotes such as, "I'm nervous." Layoffs usually follow those types of acquisitions. We certainly saw that with the Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard, where layoffs did follow, or, the Bungie acquisition from Sony, layoffs did follow. That is very much a common trend, but with EA in particular being $20 billion in debt, the pressure to cut costs is significant. And so layoffs are pretty much guaranteed. Layer that on top of reports that EA wants to rely more on AI to be able to cut costs and to be able to pay off their debt. These companies are losing their soul, their creative soul more and more, and just the human element more and more. And then, there are people who are afraid that EA will be restricted in the kinds of representation that they can put in their games. Due to the fact that, when you've got Saudi Arabia involved, they're very strict about the kinds of things they do censor, and they censor a lot of stuff. Again, Saudi Arabia rules with an iron fist. Centers get shut down. Journalists get assassinated. And you've got situations where, human rights are straight up just abused, and they just don't care about that stuff. They take power at all costs, and that's the kind of entity that EA has aligned itself with, EA and its board of directors. So yeah, EA was already under very awful management. EA does have talented folks, the developers who genuinely care about the creative side of things, who are restricted by the chains that management put on them. But now with this kind of acquisition, where the power has gone to some of the worst people in management, some of the worst organizations that could possibly helm a video game company, yeah, none of this paints a positive light for EA and its future. But I suppose only time will tell how all this will play out. But the general sentiment out there right now is this is a big old yikes. This EA ship, it's being steered by the worst people who could steer this. And just even from a moral standpoint, the associations that EA is engaging in by letting itself be acquired by some of these awful entities, some of these awful people and organizations, it paints an extremely negative light and extremely poor optics for a company that already had some of the
everything
worst
was fine,
optics
yeah.
in the game
The guy
industry
who owned
due to
666
specifically the
Park
way
Place
management,
in New York.
leadership and the suits and the
Yep,
executives
just bought
operate.
EA.
This is the same
I'm
company
sure
that said
everything's
that
just fine,
the
guys.
microtransactions infested Battlefront 2 was
Sure,
about
I'm sure.
giving people a sense of pride and accomplishment. They're the same folks who said
I'm
that
sure
loot
they're not
boxes aren't
building the
gambling, they're
fucking
Kinder eggs,
devil or
and they're
anything, dude.
fun, and there's nothing morally wrong with them. Quite fun and quite ethical is how they put it. So ethics is not something that EA has ever really been concerned with, and it especially
I told
shows
you
with this
they're mad
acquisition
that
the
no
fact
one
that they
loves
were
them.
let
It all comes
be
down
acquired
to
by the likes of
they
the
hate
Saudi
you
Arabian
because
PIF and Jared Kushner and all
you're
these
loved.
entities
They
that,
hate
yeah, it's all
people who are
ultimately
loved.
very
They hate, and I
self-serving. But
get
that's
it
one
too.
man's
So
take.
do
I'd love to
I.
hear what your thoughts and opinions
I
are
hate
on
this
EA
Rachel, and
in the
she
comments
talks like
below. What
that.
do you think the
I
future
hate.
holds with this
I had to do
acquisition? What
that
do you
with
think will
fucking
change? What do you
Isabel
think will
yesterday during
remain the
homework,
same?
dude,
And
and
what
it
do you think
worked.
about EA going private and it
And
being
it was
acquired by
all
the
I could. No,
entities
dude, she
that
was
have been
staring at
listed?
me.
Share your thoughts in the comments below, and
She
to be
almost
further
caught me
updated
being
on all
fake,
things
dude.
gaming news,
But she
reviews,
was getting
and
frustrated,
discussions, stay
and
tuned
I didn't
right
want to
here
quit.
on
I didn't
Young
want to give
Yeah.
up.
I'll see you
And she was
guys
starting to get
next
sensitive,
time.
so the only way I could
Young
counter
Yeah.
it was to start talking like this. And it worked, dude. It works. It works.
My
That's
memories of
why
Night
those
of the Living
teachers
Dead were
talk
vague,
like
given
that.
I'd
It
probably only
works.
watched it once in the last
And
20
it
years.
sucks.
And I
But
chose to
yes.
revisit it recently because of its
Yeah.
thematic
I was
crossover
gonna
with
say,
today's coronavirus
my age
pandemic.
hits.
It's got an infectious disease that everyone fears.
I
It's
start
got a
talking.
Oh, it
lockdown of
doesn't work
sorts,
with
which is
It
a
doesn't
group of
work
people
with them,
boarding
but
themselves up
it
indoors
does
for
in
only
a
starting
way.
to wake
one-time.
up.
It
That was
does
the
in a
trigger for my
way.
rewatch,
It
even
makes
though the
them stop.
coronavirus parallel is
Like yesterday,
unintended,
I
of
was
course.
frustrated. I was like,
1968, this
"Okay,
movie was
guys,
made, so it's not going to be an
see,
intended
I'd
parallel.
really like you
See,
to."
no, I
It
would
was
say
a
that too. They're
surprisingly
starting
strong
to.
rewatch
But
experience.
they'd
The
stop
film is
because
Yep.
they were
cheap as
like,
hell
"Okay,
in
my
its
teacher's
technical
acting."
execution.
Yep.
Like
That's
my
the
Special
start.
teacher's
effects by
talking to
today's
me like
standards
I'm a
look like
baby.
something
Like
a
I'm a
group of
baby.
film
Yeah,
students would
and
come
And
up
I know
with.
what comes next.
The premise of the film was
exactly. So I was
refreshing
like,
when the
it
movie
does
came
work,
out,
but in a
but since then
Different
the
different
entire
way.
scenario
mechanism.
of a
Yeah.
group of
But
people
like, you
trapped and
can't
being
talk to
killed
them
one
like
by
that.
one
They'll be
has been
like,
repeated over and
I'm about to lose my
over.
composure.
Other horror movies, from
basically,
the
they're like,
Evil Dead and
"Oh,
Friday
my
the
dad.
13th franchises to Alien
so
to The
they
Thing.
do. I'm like,
Maybe the idea of a small group of
you're
humans
like,
trapped and fighting off predatory enemies appeals to some primordial instinct that used to serve a practical purpose of fighting off wild animals and rival clans of cavemen. Zombies, in a sense, are like
Some would
young
argue
cavemen.
that's better.
I knew the film has
It's
been
better to be
historically
like that
cliched
one
by its many
morning and
imitators
bam.
since,
Oh,
and
no.
so
Because
I was
otherwise
expecting
they'll
my
keep pushing
new
it.
viewing to be spoiled by that factor. And yet,
And when
I
you're
enjoyed
firm
my
like
rewatch
that,
of
they
this film
know.
far more than I expected. Though I
So
quite
they
like the
won't push it
sequels,
every
Dawn of the
time.
Dead and Day of the Dead, which have far superior special effects and much more daring levels of gore, and in some cases greater themes. Somehow, I still find Night of the Living Dead a more consistently engaging movie than those two. Obviously, the inferior special effects, gore, and technical execution are not the superior factors in this original version. Rather, I find that the characters and story structure here are better. But first, some discussion of ways in which Night of the Living Dead is aesthetically effective, using creative directorial and editing choices that are low on cost but high on return. The 4:3 screen ratio seems to work well because the film is set in a confined space. Widescreen is great for showing open landscapes, but indoors I think 4:3 tends to work better. It captures more of the vertical humans without unnecessary side screen areas filled with nothing but plain interior walls. Recently, the horror movie The Lighthouse made great use of an even more horizontally restricted screen ratio. The director said it was to create a restrictive, claustrophobic vibe, and maybe the 4:3 achieves the same in Night of the Living Dead. In terms of camera work, there is very sloppy stuff like something overlapping the lower edge of the camera here, but the empty stillness of the opening title shots is a nice contrast with the shaky handheld camera work when the zombies start to attack later. Dutch tilts give a sense of unbalancing in many scenes too. Costs nothing to do, but it's effective. But for some reason a lot of horror directors don't seem to think to use Dutch tilts in their movies. The black and white cinematography, plus the presence of mostly leafless and thus dead-looking trees in an empty landscape, this gives the impression that the entire setting of the film is a big graveyard, whether we see headstones or not. An interesting shot choice here pans down from a cluster of branches to the introductory characters, like the dead tree is a threat to them in some way. And then we have the film noir lighting inside the house, dark threatening shadows that don't make physical sense a lot of the time, but they have an emotional effect. These elements help the movie, but they weren't groundbreaking even when the movie came out. They're just old reliable. The musical score is mostly very effective, though from what I've read, most of the music was taken from other horror movies. In other words, it wasn't an original horror score. But that's okay. A lot of great movies have brilliant soundtracks that use stock music. There's a lot of emphasis on hypnotic echoing in the musical choices as well. At the beginning of the movie and at various other points, the music sounds like something from a UFO film. This fits with the sci-fi plot elements of an infection being brought back by a space probe that's been to Venus, but at the same time it's hypnotic in the general sense, and it fits with the spaced out nature of the zombies. The film was more gory than any other zombie film that came before it, to my knowledge anyway, and I may be wrong on this as there's a lot of old zombie films I haven't seen, but I think Night of the Living Dead was the first zombie film to really push the idea that protagonists are under threat of being eaten alive by zombie hordes. The idea of such a nasty death gives strong narrative drive to the protagonist's survival efforts, and it ups the audience fear level. And a whole genre of zombie imitation movies and games and comics and books has all come out of this. Particularly good is the incremental plot revelations. The word zombie isn't even used in the film. The word ghoul tends to get used instead, which is nice because it adds a sort of ghost story feel. Throughout the story, the nature and motivation of the zombies is revealed in gradual stages, partially by what we see of them in action, such as their hunger, eating insects and whatnot, and partially by a series of radio and TV broadcasts that the protagonists watch. These reports are carefully scripted as part of the slow plot reveal throughout the movie. The flesh-eating aspect is hinted at when Barbara finds a corpse in the house, but for all we know it could just be a rotting corpse, but then the blood is still dripping, so the person hasn't been dead for long. After the radio finally states outright the fact that zombies eat flesh, this happens later on, Ben goes back up to the body, and we can see from the legs that the body hasn't rotted away, and so the face had been eaten away by a zombie after all. Nasty. A TV news interviewee talks of a corpse that had its limbs removed, but it still awakened and tried to move. This isn't shown, but the gore is implied. This saves on special effects and avoids offending the senses. They had enough complaints against the film's gore anyway, mainly because the film was unbelievably shown without an age certification in a lot of cinemas, so kids were allowed to go and watch Night of the Living Dead on the cinema. This film was shocking enough for adults when it came out, so the kids must have been petrified. Thank God the film was in black and white. For this stuff to be seen in colour in 1968, that would have been too much. It's the same paradigm as Hitchcock's Psycho, actually. That film's shower murder scene managed to get past the censors, but if it had been in colour, it probably wouldn't have. Anyway, back to the incrementally increasing horror and plot revelations. Only in the last 20-odd minutes of the film do we finally see zombies eating human flesh, which is a great setup for the final zombie horde attack that occurs just 6 minutes later. And in between that, the TV reveals the essential plot point that destroying a zombie's brain kills it. This makes Ben able to kill off the zombie versions of Harry and Helen in the basement. Prior to this scene, he had been shooting torsos to no effect. So there's a good sense of gradual but consistent escalation in terms of the enemy threat. The best monster films tend to follow this structural pattern. And this is a key reason why a lot of horror sequels aren't as effective as the originals, even if they are more well made. When watching a horror sequel, the audience already knows the nature of the beast from the beginning of the movie. The surprise revelation elements are lost. And so a good monster sequel should do something new with the monster, have some new revelations like the Queen alien turning up at the end of Aliens. There are other details that play into the slow revelation in Night of the Living Dead, even though they don't make a lot of sense in practical terms if you stop and think about it. The first zombie we see just comes off like a madman. We don't even know that he's dead or wants to eat human flesh. He appears to have no injuries, so it doesn't make sense that he's become a zombie in the first place. Did he dig his way out of a recently buried coffin? That would be hard to do from 6 feet under. He moves faster than the zombies we see later in the movie, and he seems to be angry while the later zombies are expressionless. He even understands the concept of door handles. Look, he's trying to open the car door. And he is far quicker to use and more efficient at using handheld weapons than the zombies later in the film. I think this is a good bit of directorial deception, playing into the gradual revelation story structure. Let the audience think of this enemy as just being some sort of crazy madman, and then gradually introduce the deathly zombie elements later on. It's a shame the title of the movie gives away the fact that the monsters are dead already, because I think a title which hid that particular plot element might have even made the slow revelation of the nature of the zombies more effective. Being that the zombies are dead people brought back to life, near enough all of them should be at least partially eaten in appearance. But the film holds back on this too, gradually introducing zombie injuries so that they become more grotesque as the story unfolds. Again, it doesn't make sense literally, but it does in terms of incrementally increasing the horror. The radio reports are also good in that they expand the story context. The film starts with the personal trauma of Barbara and gradually introduces more characters, while the radio reports give us gradual awareness of the horror spreading way beyond the context of the isolated house. The reports are straight exposition, descriptions of the plot, and it works better coming from news broadcasts than having the main characters describe everything for us. That would make their dialogue seem unnatural. There's also an excellent contrast in that while the idea of the dead coming back to life and eating people is silly, the film does a good job of portraying a governmental response that is convincing. It's surprising how an audience can emotionally engage with an unrealistic monster scenario if the human characters respond to that threat in a convincing way. A particularly good aspect of this is that a lot of the news reports play as background secondary information while the central characters are engaged in other activities. As Ben finds a gun and works on boarding up the doors and windows, which is communicated visually, there is also moody music and expositional radio reports playing at the same time.
As ordinary-looking people, misshapen monsters, people who look like they're in a trance, and things that look like people but act like animals.
So, a simultaneous triple information effect. A lot of movies hamper themselves by making individual scenes achieve just one narrative point each, but that's boring and drags out the movie runtime. Night of the Living Dead is just under 1 hour 37 minutes because it crams a lot of plot and character information into individual scenes so that those plot points overlap each other. At some points, the radio and TV spoken news reports are heard on top of dialogue between the on-screen protagonists. In some moments this conveys bits of plot information, and at other times it subliminally plays up the horror with key phrases that are heard in isolation. Here, for example, the phrase "savage killers" is slipped in.
If anything should try to break in here, I can hear it from up there. I'll be down to take care of it.
We repeat, this radio station.
Everything.
And it's a good contrast there. He's trying to calm her down and feel better, and yet the radio is pushing fear at the same time. The news reports also provide important motivation for the characters. The young girl is injured and will likely die, so the government advice to get her to a safe zone for treatment, this prompts their escape attempt. At the same time, the news reports provide a misplaced sense of hope that the protagonists will somehow escape from all this. And this is where I think a major strength of this movie comes into play. Far too many horror movies involve a group of people trapped and being killed one by one, and a central protagonist who ends up surviving it all. Even the remake of Night of the Living Dead had this. An early script draft for the original Night of the Living Dead that I found online does actually have the character Barbara as the lone survivor at the end of the story, but in the finished movie she is dragged out to be eaten alive, presumably. All of the characters die in this story, which makes it a true horror film. And this is common to a lot of the best horror films. In the marvellous 2018 horror movie Hereditary, one of the few decent modern horrors, evil wins outright at the end. And the same with Rosemary's Baby. The Thing is another example. Two protagonists left alive, with probably only one of them being human, but we know that the surviving human will freeze to death anyway. There are some great horror films that do have survivors at the end, but the happyish endings tend to be weak. The Shining takes an in-the-middle approach. We see two protagonists escaping, but we don't see a happy aftermath. Our view stays in the haunted hotel. So that's an interesting middle ground one. But back to Night of the Living Dead. The sense of disaster is very well thought out, and it's merciless as horror should be. In the early script draft that I read, the character of Tom's girlfriend wasn't present in the story, but in the movie his death in the truck is given a greater tragic framing by his girlfriend begging him not to go on the escape mission, and then she runs out on the mission and dies with him. So we feel a greater sense of loss. But immediately after this disaster, instead of a drawn-out, wasn't that sad sequence, we cut straight to an even worse situation. Ben trapped alone out in the open, surrounded by a horde of zombies, and being blocked out by Harry. Added to all this is that the destruction of the truck means there is no way of escaping to a government safe zone. So we have multiple disasters in the space of just a couple of minutes. Compound disaster, if you will. Then straight to Ben giving the traitorous Harry a beating, and then to the corpses of Tom and Judy being eaten. This film expertly keeps the narrative ball rolling very fast. Even in the final attack itself, there are additional revelations and aesthetics. The lights going out right before this attack is perfect timing. The darkness makes the attack more dramatic and scary, and the lights going out may have even motivated the zombies to go for the full attack. This was hinted at by them smashing the truck headlights earlier. They don't like the light. They also start collectively using weapons in this final attack, so that adds to their characters, so to speak. And Barbara's brother showing up after last being seen fighting with a zombie in the graveyard opening scene, that's great, a marvellous loop back to the beginning of the movie, but we'll come back to that later because it links to a very important theme. And character deaths are undignified as well. The common cliché of a protagonist who gives a glorious battle to the end, taking a bunch of enemies out with them. This works well in other genres like action, but not so well in horror. And this film thankfully goes in the opposite direction. Barbara, despite being the most terrified character, has probably the worst death, dragged out to be eaten alive with her own brother as the leader of the zombies. How horrible is that? At least Tom and Judy had a quick death. Harry, shot for his traitorous ways, then is partially eaten by his own daughter, and Helen stabbed to death by her daughter as well. This is a good surprise horror element because very few films have kids who kill, and killing their own parents is even more brutal. And finally Ben, unceremoniously shot between the eyes when mistaken for a zombie. After all he's been through in this movie, it's like a very sick cosmic joke, like the devil is watching over all of these events in the movie and making sure that everything goes wrong. For what Night of the Living Dead lacks in modern-day special effects and gore, it easily makes up for it in how merciless the story is to every one of its central characters. And just after that final attack, we have shots of dead trees, just as we had in the opening titles. It's quite fitting with the fact that everyone's dead. Good horror films also work better when there's a sense of impending and unavoidable doom. We've already hit upon multiple elements of this, but one of the best in this movie is Johnny tormenting his sister Barbara at the beginning, that some sort of monsters are going to come and get her.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Stop it! You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Unavoidable creeping doom established right at the beginning. Ben tells a story of seeing a truck on fire and being trapped alone with zombies in the dark. And funnily enough, that's kind of what happens when their escape plan fails later. So was his story here just deliberately put in as foreshadowing? The news interviewee describing a corpse whose eyes suddenly open.
Nothing, I just came in.
Well, give me a break.
Which all four limbs your break is you're not on my barbecue being eaten.
Well, that's one way of looking at shit, I suppose.
Now, try to be a man this time.
Ben will encounter this later in the basement. And probably my favourite little bit of foreshadowing in the movie is this. A radio report incidentally blurts out that the infection epidemic, quote, started with the slaying of a family of 7, end quote. Have a listen, it's just slipped in there.
Sweet. They had to lie because you were slow and stupid. Like a big fat brat that eats chocolates while his father gets nothing from his stepdaughter but stale bread.
Why is that foreshadowing? Because there are 7 characters trapped in this house too, and all of them are going to die by the end of the movie. So this isn't just a dumb zombie movie, some genuine thought and effort has gone into its subliminal structure too. From the beginning of the film, a thematic implication is made that is separate from the basic plot. The notion that the souls of the dead are somehow offended by the living and are coming back to punish them. A small detail, possibly accidental, is the ruined condition of the cemetery sign at the beginning. In the comedy commentary on the DVD, it suggested that this sign has been blasted with shotguns. And yeah, funnily enough, I thought that too when I saw it. What is this mud? Why has no one even repaired this sign? Are they happy to let the sign become so unreadable that some visitors might not even find the cemetery in future? It's very conspicuous because we'd expect that the filmmakers would ensure this sign is fully readable. Johnny's dialogue in the first character scene consists almost exclusively of insults to the dead, including his own father.
Look at this thing. We still remember. I don't. You know, I don't even remember what the man looks like.
He carries on the insults at the grave itself, and as he does so, the rumble of thunder kicks in, like his dad is rolling in his grave in response to the insult.
Yeah, a little spit and polish. You can clean this up. Sell it next year. Wonder how many times we bought the same one. Hey, come on, Barb. Church was this morning, huh?
As Johnny starts tormenting Barbara that the dead are going to rise from their graves to get her, he sees and mocks a single roaming zombie who just happens to be a guy about the right age to be their father. I'm not saying he's literally their father, but the suggestion is there. Now, this is supported by the fact that writer-director George A. Romero directed the mega-classic horror anthology movie Creepshow 14 years later. And in that movie, the very first story involves a dead father returning from the grave after being insulted by his daughter, who had killed him during an argument. The zombie dad then goes on to kill other family members who were after his inheritance money. Back to Night of the Living Dead, Johnny tells of grandfather damning him to hell when he disrespected the dead as a child.
No criminals have any consideration. I jumped out at you from behind the tree, and Grandpa got all excited. He shook his fist at me and he said, "Boy, you'll be damned to hell."
As the father symbolising zombie attacks, we get thunder and lightning, which is missing from the rest of the zombie appearances later.
The game's up. Come on out. Come out. Real peaceable now.
Despite the thunder and lightning, it doesn't even rain. So it's like there's special psychological relevance with this particular zombie. The motive of zombies to eat the living seems to be sidelined here too. This zombie could just eat Johnny, but instead he chases Barbara like he has some sort of vendetta against her. But there is a contradiction in most zombie movies anyway, in that they don't try to eat each other. It's as if they know intellectually who's alive and who isn't. So there's always been a weird kind of revenge against the living element with zombies in these movies. This father-like zombie torments and chases Barbara for quite a long sequence, but then he disappears for most of the story. And Ben kills several zombies in the yard, but for some reason Daddy Zombie isn't there, he's disappeared. Several scenes later, there's what I suspect to be a sneaky visual reference to the haunting father figure theme. Barbara enters one of the rooms in the house, and there's a photo of an older man in the fireplace next to what looks like an urn for holding dead relatives' ashes. Attention has been called to clock here because the clock says that it's 10 to midnight, and later the group are broadcast at 3 a.m. And in another overlap with Romero's movie Creepshow, a portrait of the father of the fireplace is used, and this time with more prominence. Jumping way ahead to the ending zombie attack in which most of the characters die, Dad Zombie is briefly seen again, and there is clearly him in at least 2 shots. And he seems to be leading the effort to get to Barbara specifically, like he's back to horned hair. But then Father Zombie suddenly disappears, and the zombie version of her brother Johnny appears in his place. We can tell it's him because of the driving gloves that he's wearing. And it's he who drags her out to Johnny's
I got the wrong weapon
so
for the situation.
They're coming to get you, Barbara. They're coming for you, Barbara.
This subtext about Barbara's childhood fear of the living dead is separate from the main plotline in which the zombies are related radiation brought back to Earth by the stove. But the radiation I consider to be a convenient justification
I can't believe I'm
to
still
sense
alive.
of narrative credibility, a cover for what the film is really about in psychological terms. The sequels to this film, which were also written and directed by George A. Romero, seem to have dispensed with the radiation origin plot point. So for now, we have a kind of anger of the dead subtext, like these monsters want to punish the living for some reason. And so far, the disrespect of the dead by the living, by Barbara's brother Joey in particular, this is the most observable motive. 3 times in the Night of the Living Dead script, zombie behaviour is described using the word animal, while in the film, at one point, the radio newscaster says the enemy, quote, look like people but
I shouldn't be alive anyways. That sucks. I shouldn't be alive anyways.
Now, these animal references I'd be willing to wave off as nothing, but there is something else that carries stronger implication of meaning.
Turn, dude.
The animal heads and bears decorating one of the rooms. Far from being incidental, check out the big dramatic emphasis.
I can't look at the map, and I'm trying, dude. And turn off the sirens. Thank you. It's a lot at once. I'm trying. I'm coming.
Later on, she enters this room again, and one camera shot comes from the big teeth of a boar down to Barbara. This all makes sense in the predatory animals kill their prey by biting and then eating them, and zombies pretty much do the same.
It takes forever to get on.
As a subliminal foreshadowing inference regarding the eating of flesh, which doesn't occur until later in the film. And I find it funny that a pig head with fangs on his top in this scene when he's preparing for the mission that we'll see he and his girlfriend killed. And we have the overlap with metaphors in Romero's movie Creepshow, the conflict between a woman and her father who will later become a zombie. This is intercut with shots of stuffed animals. So these nasty animals might represent the horrible nature of the father. It's interesting that in some horror stories, zombies are the product of witchcraft associated to cannibalistic tribes. In fact, if I remember rightly, that was kind of the common zombie narrative drive in early zombie movies before Night of the Living Dead. And we do tend to describe cannibalistic tribes as acting like animals. And to that effect, I find it interesting that when the zombies are seen eating the dead in this film, the music becomes a trance-like electronic drum sound, almost tribal. In the follow-up movie Dawn of the Dead, the black character talks about his grandfather's belief in voodoo and his claim that when there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth. So it's certainly possible that there's a very, very subtle, tribalistic, cannibalistic voodoo undertone in the original Night of the Living Dead. Something else that seems to link in with this animalistic tribe theme is that as the story goes on, we start to see instances of zombies who have less clothes on, or are wearing night clothes that normally aren't worn in public. And in this instance, completely naked. Note that the woman is young and in decent shape. So was this just cynical exploitation by the filmmakers, a zombie you'd want to fuck, or is it part of an animalistic theme? After all, clothes are unique to human civilization. What other creatures on Earth wear clothes? I can't think of any. Oh, by the way, something else that links into nature itself is the sound of crickets, which is heard as an ambient backdrop in multiple scenes. They're even mentioned in the script a couple of times.
Thanks.
It's quite common in horror movies to use the sound of crickets and other nighttime creatures to imply threats lurking in the dark. So nothing original there, but it's something. After the night is over and everyone is dead except Ben, who will soon die too, the sound of crickets is replaced with the chirping of birds. I'm not sure if that represents the zombies being happy that they've had their fill of flesh, or if it's a deliberately false allusion to a happy ending that isn't actually going to happen. There's always been a mysterious aspect to the motivation of flesh-eating zombies in movies. Why do they feel the need to eat? Why only eat the living and not each other? How do they tell the difference? What do they do after they've ate and they're full? Can they even digest food given that they're dead? I don't think I've ever seen a zombie take a crap in a movie either. The fact that they are hardly ever full skeleton zombies suggests that they cannot exist without a good deal of flesh on their bones, which suggests that their body is partially alive in some way. And in Day of the Dead, that idea was pushed with an effort to make it sound scientifically credible. Zombies simply don't make sense biologically, but they do represent something, or possibly many things. And one of the things I believe they represent is the mindless food craving of wild animals that forms part of our own evolutionary history. Make a civilized man starve, and he will behave like an animal to survive, even becoming a cannibal if that's what it takes.
Ouch.
Regardless of the other themes I've outlined, the greatest strength of Night of the Living Dead isn't the zombies, it's the human characters and how they interact. A lot of information is given about who they are and why they react the way they do, but it's easy to overlook because almost all of their dialogue involves them discussing the logistics of their situation and their plans for either escape or basic survival. The common scriptwriting blunder would be to have these characters make lots of outright statements of judgment about each other instead of demonstrating such traits indirectly, and to have them discuss their personal backgrounds, such as where they're from and what job they do. Oh, when I was a kid I had this experience and blah blah blah. The film avoids all this for the most part, and the good thing about that is it keeps the narrative locked into the zombie attack situation. To have them talking about past experiences would be a big distraction and would take away from the horror. But an even worse and unfortunately common scriptwriting mistake would be to divide the characters too clearly into boxes of right and wrong. In this respect, Night of the Living Dead plays some clever cards. Harry obviously comes off as somewhat irrational, cowardly, selfish, and even traitorous and vindictive toward others who don't do as he says, while his nemesis Ben appears on the surface to be calmer, more rational, and more proactive. So there's your black and white, and I'm not talking the ethnicity. Harry's body language is constantly tense, like he's going to hit someone. His voice tone is almost always aggressive. It's a really good acting performance by the aptly named Carl Hardman, who I'm sure I read was one of the producers of this movie. In fact, the title states one of the producers as Hardman and Associates, and it must be him. His dialogue, however, isn't nearly as nasty as his body language, and so a calmer performance could have been given to make him a more sympathetic character. Interesting that this actor, who was one of the film's producers, chose to play it that way. Ben, on the other hand, was written to be more of a white trash hillbilly type. Yes, Caucasian, a white guy. But actor Dwayne Jones gave a strong enough audition performance that he was cast, despite the fact that the ethnicity change massively altered the character. He conveys a more intelligent and mature Ben than what the script called for, but he does this mostly through physical performance and voice tone because his dialogue is mostly unaltered from the original script, where he was a white trash hillbilly. So we have two arch-enemies, Ben and Harry, Ben as courageous, rational and sensitive to the needs of others, and Harry as the deplorable traitor who is brutish and cowardly in turns. On the basis of those character traits, we would expect Ben to be the one who manages to save people in this scenario, but he doesn't. Ben's escape plan results in Tom and Judy dying and the truck being destroyed. Harry's recommendation was that they all board up in the cellar and wait for help. It was a stupid idea in the respect that they would have no information from the outside world, but in the short term it would have been the safer option. Given that a posse of armed rescuers does actually show up in the morning and search the house, that posse would have come banging on the basement door shouting for whoever was in there to come out. When Ben gets locked down there, he's even able to hear dogs barking and sirens in the distance.
Big!
What? What I do now?
Oh, so this is
None of
where
these
you've
people
been,
knew
eh?
when help was going to
This
come,
is
though,
how
so
you
they could have all
repay
ended
my
up stuck in the basement for a long
Do
time
you
with a
prefer
horde of
the
zombies
curves or
upstairs
some
guaranteeing
card
they
to
would
those
never
of a
escape.
real woman?
And Harry and Helen's daughter would definitely have died and become a zombie among them too.
What kind of a man are you?
Despite all these
when I
arguments
say
and
just
logistics,
business,
Ben, when
I
he's
mean
the
that
last thing
I
alive, is
love.
forced to do what
When I
Harry
say I
said
no
all along
interested
and
no
retreat
more,
to
I
the
mean
cellar.
that I love.
So when he wastes an extra
Hey,
2
when I
bullets
say
on
that,
zombie
I mean
Harry
it.
out of anger, how
Leave
much of
my
it was
car
his
alone.
frustration that perhaps Harry had the best idea to begin with, and that Ben himself might have even gotten everyone
It's
killed.
too late. I don't love you no more. I love another, okay?
What? Then what the fuck was this
It's a
about?
brilliant twist of events,
I cannot
and it
keep my
speaks a
passions
truth that's
hold
not
up.
very common in
They
fiction.
need a release.
Sometimes in life,
That
the
was
best
a good
plans don't
release.
come from
Like
the
hitting
nicest
a man
people.
with a frying pan while he
And
sleeps.
one other point of Ben making a
This
mistake
Carl?
is that he told Barbara
This
to
is my
switch on
new
all the
man.
lights upstairs, which may have
You're
acted as a
jealous?
beacon to attract more
Aren't you going to
zombies.
fight for me?
There are other
No,
occasional
I can
details that
take
blur the morality line
Jealous and
between
a
Harry
coward.
and Ben. The
Now let's
contrast
race.
between Ben the hero and Harry the traitor is more complex than it initially
Crazy
appears.
bitch.
We'll come back to that in a moment. All in all, there are 7 non-zombie characters in this house, with one of them being the young girl, Karen. Being that she's sick from a bite injury, she has no dialogue at all, so we don't get to know her. But the other 6, while mostly appearing to be simple in themselves, have a complex and well-thought-out set of relationships with each other. And each has their own distinct character arc journey. I'll go through each of them in turn, and I'll start by adding some more points about Ben and then Harry. Alright, starting with Ben. An obvious point for discussion is the fact that he's a black man in a household full of white people, and he's their leader for the most part. But the racial theme I'm going to leave alone for now, as I'll be going more into that into the final part of this video. For now, I'll just say that on the surface, Ben's ethnicity is purely incidental. Black actor Dwayne Jones was wisely but the story
man,
and dialogue will not alter
okay.
in any way from the original script to make his race an issue. There is no racial
Recovery, maybe?
not even when these characters are killing each other.
Slow down, slow down, slow down. Easy, easy.
Is that Ben is by far the tallest of the characters. I think this sits well with him being the most courageous, self-determined, independent-minded, and probably the most intelligent. He is quick to seek out resources like pulling doors off hinges and taking furniture apart to obtain wood for boarding up windows. Unlike Harry and friends who came to the house and went straight for locking themselves in the basement without adequate food and other resources, all they needed to do was spend 20 minutes just looking around upstairs and they would have found all kinds of stuff. Ben goes on a detailed search and finds an essential survival tool, the rifle. Rather than being paralysed by fear, Ben immediately identifies and prioritises the task of killing off the small number of zombies outside, setting a fire to scare them off. And he later reveals that he knew they would be scared of this because he'd already seen it in a gas station explosion. And he prioritises the task of securing the downstairs doors and windows. This was a lot of fast and complex thinking on his part, especially given the fear context and the fact that Barbara was too traumatized to help him. He had a lot to keep track of, and he took control very quickly. Ben keeps up his positive and literally constructive angry attitude right up until the final attack scene, where he has to concede alone to survive, but he's also willing and able to communicate with others when it comes to group survival. Every group needs some sort of leader to make decisions after the committee meetings have been held, and Ben knows it. As soon as he meets Harry and Tom for the first time, the essential task of sorting out who is and isn't boss is addressed, but it's not quite resolved. Tellingly, Ben and Harry are the ones holding weapons. With the shouting and accusations, the possibility of the weapons being used in this conflict is there, and Harry even raises his weapon several times during the arguments. An underlying threat of violence, but neither of these characters ever state verbally a violent threat. In fact, how much of Ben's comparative calm to Harry here is based on the fact that he's holding a gun and Harry's only holding a blade. Ben eventually decides he's had enough of discussing the issue and asserts his authority with shouting and personal insults.
If you're stupid enough to go die in that trap, that's your business. However, I am not stupid enough to follow you. It is tough for the kid. That old man is so stupid. Now, get the hell down in the cellar. You can be the boss down there. I'm boss up here.
We could view this as strength of character on his part, but I think a much better approach would be a diplomatic one. Instead, he enrages Harry
You
when
had
it
the
wasn't
unfair
needed,
advantage.
ensuring that Harry
Being
would
a
be
better
less
driver
cooperative
ain't no
later
unfair
on.
advantage.
He could have
You
just
think
said,
you're
look man,
clever,
I
but
appreciate
it
your
is
point
you
of
who
view.
is missing
How about
that
you
point.
hang out downstairs,
Not only was
we'll
he
try and secure
racing,
up here.
but
If you
he
need,
was
you will give you a knock.
satisfying.
If you need
Fully.
anything from us, you come
What
up
are you gonna
first.
say
Now,
about
that would have assuaged Harry's competitive
advantage of
ego
a stick
and
shift, I
maybe
guess.
made the situation a lot better.
Yeah, whatever.
When it
Anyway,
does
man,
come
what
to
is
a
the
group
cash
escape
pink
planned
slip?
mainly by Ben and encouraged by
There
the news
you go.
broadcasts, Ben
Goodbye,
suddenly does
Mr.
become
Johnson.
a lot
I
more
will
diplomatic.
not be missing
He
you.
gives Harry the task of throwing Molotovs out the
Hey,
windows
wait a minute,
and
bitch.
the all-important
What is this
task
shit?
of guarding
They
the
did
door
to a garage
and
in
letting
San
Ben and
Fierro.
Tom back
My
into the
lover
house
needs his
after
car
they
so we can go
refueled
to
the
Liberty
truck.
City.
He hands over great responsibility, staking his own life on his trust in Harry. It's a powerful truce gesture, but ultimately it's a mistake.
I will.
Assigning the door guarding task to the more trustworthy Tom would be a much better idea, except Tom is the one who knows how to handle the truck, and Harry's nervousness would make him unsuitable for accompanying Ben to the pump. These are really good motivational and logistic dynamics. There are other occasions as well in which Ben's integrity becomes open to question. He talks at length to Barbara of his personal trauma at first encountering zombies. She listens intently and doesn't interrupt him, but when she tries to describe her experience, he becomes very dismissive.
This man started walking up the road. I went up to this man, and I was going to apologize.
Why don't you just keep calm?
Strange of him to do that, being that he takes her under his wing throughout most of the film.
If you stay up here, you take orders from me, and that includes leaving the girl alone. It's on, it's on.
His personal investment in protecting Barbara plays out in interesting ways. When she freaks out, trying to leave the house to find her brother, he punches her out. Of course, she hits him first, and he's trying to stop her getting killed herself. But when she wakes up, he puts a pair of shoes on her, which doubles up as a gesture that he still cares. And he talks to her as if he'd never even hit her in the first place. This is good scripting. It's better than having him just verbally apologise. Barbara, in her traumatic state, is reduced to a childlike demeanour.
Dude, you stopped in the middle of the road, dude.
He baby talks her quite a bit.
Just, yeah, that's, come on, no brake. I don't even think there was brake lights, was there? You're just adjusting speed?
And it made me wonder whether he has kids himself. And hey, there it was in the script. He does have kids.
Look, no brake lights, no brake lights.
Taking Barbara under his wing.
I guess they could be drifting too close to
regarding his
stop.
children, who he's not available to help. He doesn't seem to express so much concern about Harry's daughter, though.
The windows. Well, you were fun. If you're stupid enough to go die in that trap, that's your business. However, I am not stupid enough to follow you. It is tough for the kid. That old man is so
Slow down.
He doesn't even take time to go and have a look at the girl to see how she is, so by the time he finally lays eyes on Karen, she's already a zombie. However, he did offer to carry her if they have to leave the house.
You gonna carry that child a mile through that army of things out there?
I can carry this kid.
Overall, despite the occasional attitude flaw, Ben puts up a good attempt to make the best of an awful situation. After Tom and Judy are killed, he's still trying to make constructive plans, while the others have conceded defeat.
You said those things turned your car over. You think we can get it back on its wheels and drive it? Where is it?
Seems like it was pretty far away.
But in the end, defeated physically and intellectually, and that all of his plans have failed, Ben retreats to the basement and locks himself away alone.
Holy shit!
For hours to the tormenting noise of zombies hammering away at the only escape.
Holy shit!
Harry Locke and
A lot of wampas, man.
Later holding Ben at gunpoint and about to leave him to be eaten by zombies. These two events reveal his traitorous side. However, his views and actions do have merit in places, and he even shows virtuous traits from time to time. During the argument over who is boss and whether to hide in the basement or not, Tom sides with Ben. But immediately after this, Harry's warning of not knowing where the zombie attacks will happen next is vindicated.
Mossad.
From Harry's point of view, this is understandably taken as evidence that Ben's plan of staying upstairs is a bad idea. Even when he locks Ben outside, it's not all cut and dry in terms of morals. Ben kicks through the outer door, and he and Harry make eye contact. Harry has a split-second decision here. Will he simply close and lock the basement door too, and leave Ben upstairs? He could have done so, but he doesn't. He runs to help secure the outer door, knowing that Ben might even kill him for locking the first door. The script says here that after securing the door, Harry looks at Ben and, quote, knows what's coming, end quote. Although he takes a beating, he may have actually saved his own life here with his diplomatic about-face helping Ben to secure the door. Though very few personal history details are given, there are implications that Harry, even in the pre-zombie world, was a tortured soul. The way he shouts at his wife all the time, snatching cigarettes from her. At one point he appears to bully Barbara, and Ben chastises him for it.
What are you up to?
You better watch this and try to understand what's going on. I don't want anyone's life on my hands.
Is there anything I can do?
I don't want to hear any more from you, mister.
Is that how he talks to his own family? Does he hate his family? At the same time, though, right before the escape attempt, it's Harry who insists that Barbara go downstairs where she'll be safe.
We better get her downstairs.
We have to go downstairs now, Barbara.
So maybe he does care, but just expresses it in the wrong ways. In fact, he and Ben clashed on this in another scene too.
I'm taking the girl with me.
You leave her here. Keep your hands off her. And everything else is up here, too.
So is Harry a domestic abuser of his own family, even if only in the psychological sense? Helen makes a comment that supports this idea.
We may not enjoy living together, but dying together isn't going to solve anything.
So why do they live together? I think the most likely answer is that they have a child, plus this is the 1960s, a time when divorce was more frowned upon. Was Karen an unwanted child? Harry gives her very little direct attention and refers to her mostly as the kid, not my kid or my daughter, or even by her name, Karen. But an interesting turn in his behaviour is that as he's dying from a bullet wound, he tries desperately to reach his daughter, perhaps wanting to hold her for one final moment. In virtually every one of his scenes, Harry is either stomping about and shouting, or shaking and sweating with anxiety, and often compulsively wanting a cigarette. I'll bet that in their own original family home, he was a loudmouth dictator, preoccupied with controlling his wife and daughter. And by the way, he also wears a tie all the way through this film, even when he dies, so he obviously has some sort of office or clerical type job. You'd think he would just take his tie off at some point during this story to loosen up physically and mentally, but he doesn't. So maybe he's one of those guys who is boss in the office and when he gets home from work treats his family like subordinates too. Whether he's an abusive father and husband or not, it seems that his desire to lock himself and his family in a dark basement might be a reflection of his attitude in general. Did he already have a habit of shutting out the world, of keeping himself and his family imprisoned in the emotional or physical sense, partly in fear of the world and partly afraid that his wife will leave him and take their daughter too? Before moving on to the other characters, I think it's worth a special mention that the failure of this group to survive can arguably be pinned on the ego clash between Harry and Ben, and they're both at fault. They were each half right about what to do. Ben was right to at least try and secure the upstairs to maintain access to news broadcast, food and other resources. Harry was right to use the cellar as a secure defence against an overwhelming zombie horde, but instead of a rational compromise, Harry calls Ben insane and Ben calls Harry stupid.
You're insane. The cellar's the safest place.
It is tough for the kid that old man is so stupid.
This sets up a personal rivalry that compromises both of them intellectually, and it's quite true in life that even in dangerous situations, a lot of people still prioritise the war of ego over the war for practicality. Each side in turn makes the mistake of distorting the argument. For example, Harry claiming that there are millions of windows and doors to be defended.
Man, you're really crazy, you know that? You got 1 million windows up here. Look at this. There's 1 million weak spots up here.
Bit of an overstatement there. While at the same time, he complains that he can't see outside well enough because all of the defensive boarding. All he needed to do was go upstairs and look out the window for a broader view.
I can't see a damn thing. There could be 15 million of those things out there. That's how much good these windows are.
Make your mind up, Harry. Do you want the windows boarded up downstairs or not? When the final attack comes and the defences are crumbling, Ben should have just immediately switched to Harry's plan and ushered everybody into the basement, but he doesn't. Even after he shoots Harry, he should be ushering Helen and Barbara downstairs to safety, but he doesn't.
Get the kids to school.
Helen does make her way down a minute later, but Ben is upstairs wasting time. He could have killed the zombie daughter and saved himself, Barbara and Helen. So really, the responsibility for the whole group's failure to survive falls as much on Ben as it does Harry.
She's got to be up.
What Helen says to Harry about his prioritization of ego equally applies to Ben.
That's important, isn't it?
What?
To be right, everybody else to be wrong.
What do you mean by that?
He's wrong, but I'm not boxing myself in down there.
These kinds of complex and truthful subtleties in human interaction help elevate Night of the Living Dead way above most other movies. Let's look at the rest of the characters. I outlined previously the strange character arc for Barbara and that her childhood fears of graveyard ghosts come true. This frames her experience of the story as being entirely different to all the other characters, almost like she's in a different movie of her own. When she finds a dead body upstairs, its lidless eye is staring right at her as if she is being targeted by the dead. After experiencing the angry dead father symbolising zombie in the cemetery, she goes into shock and stays that way for most of the movie. In fact, she age regresses to the point where she is intellectually reduced almost to toddler age. It's like she's gone way back in time to even before the memory that her brother had triggered. Here she finds a child's music box playing a melody. Again, age regression. Here she plays with an armchair cover like a baby exploring the details of a mysterious new world. She clings onto walls and door frames as if to remind herself of physical reality. It's funny how humans sometimes do this when faced with great anxiety. Maybe they're worried that they'll faint and smack their head on the floor. She virtually forgets how to talk as well, and when she does speak there's not much sense to it. This scene in which she tries to talk about the graveyard attack is mostly ad-libbed, and actress Judith O'Dea does a great job. Like real trauma victims often do, she avoids thinking about the actual attack by describing lots of pointless details in the building.
We came to put a wreath on my father's grave, and he said, "Can I have some candy, Barbara?"
She gets hot as she builds up to recovering the worst part of the memory, and she misquotes what she and her brother actually said to each other in the scene. Yeah, memories can be very inaccurate. It's a good little character moment, and yet she flips into suicide mission denial of reality mode, wanting to rescue her brother, not wanting to acknowledge that he is already dead. The contrast between Barbara's response to the zombie attacks and that of the other characters is good, because in real life you can put 10 people in the same life-threatening situation and the responses will vary a great deal. Some put up an aggressive fight, while others will freeze like a rabbit in headlights, and will be entirely useless to themselves or others. Eventually she plucks up the courage to put up a fight, not for her own safety ironically, but for someone else's. And that's true to life as well. Some people can't stand up for themselves, but they'll fight for someone else. In a lot of movies, Barbara here would put up a big, respectable fight, showing that she was tough and resilient after all. But this movie isn't selling redemption fantasies. Barbara's moment of courage lasts a mere few seconds before she's grabbed and then confronted by the nightmare vision of her own brother coming to drag her out where she'll be eaten alive. Innocent, childlike Barbara's character arc is horrific in physical and psychological terms. Her death is likely the worst of anyone's in the story. The other character journeys are less complex than Ben, Harry and Barbara's, but they still have interesting facets. Children killing their parents in movies is very unusual, and on the rare occasions where it does happen, it can be psychologically powerful. The parent's victim is likely to be compromised by the love of their own child and thus more vulnerable to the attack. This plays out quite well in Night of the Living Dead because the right motivational cues are set up in advance. We find out that Helen and Harry aren't happy living together, so he may as well have been a zombie to begin with, and Helen tells Judy,
"She's all I have. Why don't you go upstairs now?"
So when Helen encounters her daughter Karen in zombie form, it's too much to take. She's just seen her husband shot, and now, seeing that not only is her daughter dead, but is also eating her husband, what a blow! And so she goes into denial. It's easy to look upon her as weak-minded here, but child-parent associations can be incredibly strong. The death of their child is something a lot of parents fear more than anything. Even when Ben encounters zombie Karen, he doesn't smash her like he does other zombies, he just pushes her onto the couch. It's like the instinct not to hurt a child remains, even if that child is a zombie. And one of the TV announcements earlier mentioned that even loved ones have to be burned immediately after death, and that there will be no time for bereavement. So that plays quite well into Helen's moment of denial.
Hey, beautiful, I was just coming to get you up.
Innocence crossover here as well with Barbara's journey. Barbara regressed to a child mentality and she gets eaten alive, and Karen was bitten by a zombie, suffers a slow death from the infection, and then kills her parents. So this zombie pandemic does not spare children. In reading up on reviews of Night of the Living Dead, I did find somewhere, and I can't remember where, an interpretation that some kids subconsciously want to kill their parents and that this is played out in Karen killing her mother. I'm not convinced that that's a theme in this movie, even though it's an interesting idea. The daughter doesn't have any dialogue at all that I can remember, and her face isn't shown in close-up hardly at all until she is already one of the Walking Dead, so I don't think the script is particularly orientated toward her experience. This film is exclusively about the adults, as far as I can tell. In fact, something odd I found in the script version I read is that the child is described as a boy in several scenes, and then suddenly switches halfway through the script to being a girl named Karen. It's like the gender change decision was made in the middle of writing the script, but the character was so unimportant that the earlier scenes weren't revised. A shame really, because I think more could have been done with this child character if she'd had some dialogue. Tom isn't as fleshed out in the story as Ben and Harry, and maybe that's part of the point. He's Piggy in the middle trying to bridge the gap between Ben and Harry. It's almost like he doesn't quite have a point of view that's his own.
You going down there with him? Well, yes or no? This is your last chance. No beating around the bush.
Though Tom mostly takes Ben's side in the argument, neither he nor Harry were quick to open the basement door when Ben and Barbara could clearly be heard trying to board up the upstairs windows. They say they couldn't hear much, but that was garbage. Ben and Barbara had been talking right outside the basement door several times, and sometimes quite loud. And later Ben is able to hear distant dogs barking while he's in the cellar. So it seems that in the basement Tom had simply been subservient to Harry's will and let him be the boss. Seems like he's one of those guys who can't take charge without someone else to lead him. Almost the opposite of Harry actually. Harry listens to no one, but Tom listens too easily. And not too brainy it seems, trying to drive the truck out the way when the gas had already set it on fire. No, that was stupid. His girlfriend is a match for him in that she's not too bright either, but she's a pleasant enough person. Running out among the zombies at last minute and hampering their plan, and she basically gets herself and Tom killed. Tom might have been grabbed by zombies the moment he got out the truck anyway, but if she'd have said earlier that she was going to be coming along on this mission, then she could have been given a weapon or some other useful role. However, just because characters aren't intelligent on the surface doesn't mean that they're not relatable. Judy anticipates the plan won't work and she doesn't want Tom to go, but she can't articulate her reasons for it. And just as Helen was emotionally compromised by her love for her daughter, Judy is in the same position regarding Tom. Dopey innocence. This scene gives us good emotional investment though in these simple but sweet people, and I suppose the fact that they die together is darkly romantic almost. So most of these trapped characters are intellectually quite simple on the surface, and their dialogue convincingly reflects this, but nevertheless there's lots of engaging ideas in how they react to the situation, how they relate to each other, what their subconscious priorities are, and even what the zombie attack situation means to them. Like a lot of people in real life, they are capable of weighing up the pros and cons of a danger situation, and so their discussion of problem logistics is very good. It's how we would expect real people to react. A lot of movies get it the other way around by having characters be too articulate in relation to how stupidly they behave under a crisis. Though, that can certainly happen in life too. At the end of the day though, this is a horror film, and so all of their plans fail, and the things that they fear come true. Though the sequel Dawn of the Dead was packed with satire relating to consumerism, and the next film Day of the Dead was packed with commentary about humans are as sick and twisted as the zombies that they're fighting, I don't think of Night of the Living Dead as having nearly as much in the way of social or political themes. But there are small indicators that suggest George A. Romero already had in mind the various themes that were later manifested in his sequels. In the opening titles, Romero is credited as director at the very moment that a US flag appears close to the camera in the cemetery. As the flag moves off screen, his name fades out. I don't think this is a patriotic call, but rather a hint that the director is personally making some sort of statement about America itself. Maybe there's a suggestion here that the entire US is effectively now a cemetery, given the presence of zombies, although that's not necessarily a political commentary. The stuffed animals we already explored in relation to the idea of the zombies representing man's animalistic side, but it might be part of an animal cruelty theme. Romero's follow-up movie Dawn of the Dead has a scene in which characters raid a gun shop so that they can get enough firepower to kill every zombie in the shopping mall that they've captured. And in that gun shop, the heads of killed and stuffed animals are made prominent. And animal heads were shown in his movie Creepshow, relating to a nasty old guy who had killed his daughter's boyfriend in a supposed hunting accident. 3 Romero movies featuring prominent trophy animal heads. Something that has been discussed a lot in relation to Night of the Living Dead is the lead character Ben being a black guy. The film has been given praise for having a black character portrayed positively in a decade when it was rare in film. And though I don't think it was intended, this racial aspect likely offset the criticisms of violent gore. Night of the Living Dead was very extreme filmmaking in its day. However, the Ben character was written as a hillbilly trash white guy. Actor Dwayne Jones apparently was cast simply because he gave the best script reading and his dialogue was left the same as it was in the original script. So, other than Ben's visual appearance of being an African American, there's nothing in the dialogue to indicate any kind of racial tension. Even Nasty Harry doesn't make a single racial slur in this film.
Oh, what are they shopping
I think
for,
that
baby?
in casting Jones, Romero knew that whether he wanted to or not, he would be introducing a racial equality theme, but instead of shoving it down the audience's throat or even delving into reverse discrimination, as often happens in movies today that try to push the issue, Romero wisely downplayed the issue, which ironically makes it more powerful. Instead, the racial theme is brought to the forefront only in the mostly dialogue-free ending. Ben hears dogs barking, and this made me think of Ku Klux Klan members hunting down black men on the run. However, the original script had Ben as a white guy hearing these dogs too, so probably there was no racial metaphor there. Ben comes upstairs and for some reason points his gun outside even though he's already heard dogs and men's voices. Why is he scared if they're not zombies? At the same time, the trigger-happy hunters don't even shout to the house in case a human is in there, so they simply mistake him for a zombie and shoot him dead. This death happens in the same way for white Ben in the script and black Ben in the film. But what follows in the film is very odd. A series of still shots of the hunters sticking meat hooks into Ben's corpse and dragging him off to be thrown on a crematory fire. We can hear the hooks rip into the flesh.
Keep those dogs back off of those things.
And finish with live footage of the bonfire. Although this was in the script, I find it impossible to watch this scene without getting the feeling that this is a statement about violent racism in America, at least at the time the film was made. The use of still shots makes it seem like a news report, like a snapshot of history. The racial theme interpretation is given even more weight by Romero's later movies. In Dawn of the Dead, one of the 4 central characters is a tough, smart black guy, but his ethnicity is never commented on. However, in the opening scenes of the same movie, a racist cop goes on a killing rampage against blacks and Puerto Ricans, shouting racial slurs and blowing people away. And hunters of zombies are shown having fun and are described as rednecks. The lead hunter in Night of the Living Dead is a kind of swaggering John Wayne type too. And there's the final story in Romero's anthology horror film Creepshow. A nasty old guy, a white guy, has locked himself away from the world, fearing bugs. And the only other character we actually see is a black janitor seen through a spy hole in his door. He won't even open the door to this guy. The whole Creepshow episode is about racism. See my video on it for a detailed breakdown. And the racist old guy character, he's strangely similar to Harry. Harry has a desire to hide from zombies in a basement instead of hiding from roaches. I don't know if that's like an intended crossover, but interesting. Moving on from racial themes, the presentation of women in Night of the Living Dead is amusingly old school. Barbara is useless, barely able to string a sentence together. Helen seems to be more resourceful, but she just lays there later on and lets herself be killed by a child zombie. And Tom's girlfriend Judy arguably gets him killed. Women are useless in this movie to the point that when Harry lists the problems that they are facing in their escape plan, he lists women as a burden rather than an asset.
How can we possibly get away from here? We've got a sick child, 2 women.
Given the women's tendency toward denial and ineffective action in this film, I suppose he's right. Romero updated this attitude to women in Dawn of the Dead. A pregnant female character is viewed as kind of irrelevant by the males until she insists on learning to fly a helicopter, and she even does some sharpshooting from a rooftop. In the next movie, Day of the Dead, Romero made the lead protagonist an action woman, and this was in 1985. This came a year before Sigourney Weaver's iconic tough female protagonist in Jim Cameron's Aliens. So Romero beat Jim Cameron to it, even though Aliens is of course the superior movie. The issue of how governments handle a crisis is presented with surprising authenticity in Night of the Living Dead. It doesn't come off as a warning against the dangers of martial law as far as I can tell, but from what I recall, one of Romero's later zombie movies, I think it was Land of the Dead, had themes about rich versus poor, with the zombies essentially representing the poor and a martial law police state in the making as a result of the zombie apocalypse. And that brings us to the final theme that I want to explore in Night of the Living Dead: empathy for zombies. Zombies are smashed in the head, burned, shot, and hacked at with blades. They're not supposed to feel pain, but in a couple of scenes when they are shot in the head, they hold their hands up to their head as if they do feel pain. I think this was likely just a cover-up for the lack of bullet impact special effects. I mean, if someone got shot in the head through the brain, I don't think the body would be able to respond by putting the hands up to the head if the brain was dead. But there is a strange moment here. Ben slams a tire iron through a zombie's forehead. Now, this zombie should be completely dead according to the rules laid out in this movie. If you kill the brain, you kill the zombie. And yet this one's eyes are still moving. And this is just before he is dragged out and set on fire, presumably conscious. So what's going on here? Is this a crossover with Ben being shot in the head and then burned on a bonfire, suggesting that he was still part conscious when he was burned? I really don't know, but there's something going on there. This zombie's brain was destroyed and its eyes clearly move afterwards. What I like about all these vague themes in Night of the Living Dead, the animal stuff, the racial issues, the tribal voodoo implications, the political commentary, and all the rest of it, is that it's downplayed to the point that most of it is only noticeable if you really pay attention. The sequel films brought most of these same themes to the conscious surface, sometimes making them too obvious for my tastes, but the sequels do at least provide an indirect verification of what was already there in the first movie, if only in seed form. Night of the Living Dead was a groundbreaking movie in its day on more levels than even the critics realised. It had the gore, it had the positive black protagonist, it had the true horror framing in which none of the central characters survive, but it had more layers of sophistication that were missed. And those layers are still missed. They're locked in the basement, only to be found by the viewers who explore the darkness. Thanks for watching. You've been listening to Rob Egg. I hope you enjoyed this. More film analysis over on my website, collativelearning.com. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, this is Perch. Well, it's time to take a look at Fear itself. This was a 7-issue event brought in by Marvel in 2011. And, we'll get to what this event was like in a moment. But like a lot of events at the time, Marvel was on a bit of a roll. You see, they had just come off of 3 pretty powerful events that had done fairly major things for the sales. And at this point, Marvel was really thinking, hey, the surefire win to make sure we win in unit and dollar sales every single year was to put on an event with tons of crossovers, lots of ramifications that may or may not be long-lasting, usually not. And so in 2011, that event was Fear itself. So the creative team behind this was a gentleman by the name of Matt Fraction, who was growing in popularity in Marvel at the time and giving bigger and bigger profile assignments. Fear itself was to be his biggest. He was currently on Iron Man and Thor at the time, and they paired him with a pretty amazing artist, Stuart Immonen, who had also been doing a lot of pretty cool Marvel things. He'd worked back with Warren Ellis in a couple of events, and including Next Wave, a fan favorite. And he was also one of these creators who had a nice, clean style and was really looking to get a higher profile. And you can't blame him because basically Immelman's art was pretty incredible. If you take a look at what this event brought us, pretty big widescreen action, nice renderings of the characters. He had a really pretty amazing talent with a lot of the Marvel characters. It just made everyone look great. So, how could you go wrong? You're coming off of Secret Invasion. After Secret Invasion, by the way, there was a lengthy stretch called Dark Reign, and then you had Siege. And so, really, Marvel could do no wrong. Now, they had Brian Michael Bendis do 2 of those big events. They'd had Mike Miller do Civil War, of course. So Matt Fraction came in. So what was Fear itself really about? Well, in a nutshell, you basically have this character, Sin, who's the daughter of the Red Skull. And she manages to get Cole Borson, Odin's brother, freed from imprisonment on Earth. He immediately starts running amok. They launch these hammers down. A number of heroes and villains get them, transform into kind of badass Asgardian gods. They proceed to kill Bucky, who was, wearing the Captain America costume at the time. But this got the Marvel Universe characters to get their own mystical Asgard armor. And they go and they kick ass, but at a huge cost, as Thor has to ultimately sacrifice himself to save the day. All right. So, like we mentioned earlier, this event had 7 issues, starting in 2011. It wrapped up in 2011. But to be really fair about it, we had a kind of an issue 0 prelude called Book of the Skull. This is where Sin finds kind of the first signs of the hammer and Cole and gets this whole event going. And then the event kind of wraps up with not just 1, but 3 postscript issues dealing with 3 big ramifications: the death of Bucky, the death of Thor, and then in Iron Man, there's a pretty big event. Now, that was written by Fraction itself, but basically the Grey Gargoyle, who had been a lower tier villain, got these mystical, hammer god powers and basically wipes out the city of Paris. These issues were somewhat notorious, as each one really undid everything that happened during the event itself, and it happened immediately. People were used to having events kind of take place, and it would take a year or 2 before, the characters who had a mysterious death might start showing signs of coming back to life. It took Hawkeye quite a while after House of M. But in this one, as soon as the event ended, they immediately revealed Bucky wasn't actually dead, Thor wasn't actually dead, and all those people who died in Paris are just fine. So, let's get to it. We waited long enough. Let's actually take a look at how the numbers existed. But before we do that, more stalling, just to remind you, the event immediately previous was Secret Invasion. And this is basically how Secret Invasion looked. Started out strong, fell. This is pretty common of events. But still, your first issue is hitting there at 250,000 copies for Secret Invasion #1. Its low point was where it ended, which was 152,000 copies. So, all in all, this is an event that comic companies would love to have today. And then if we take a look at the other one, at Civil War, well, Civil War was kind of a crazy anomaly. If you look at those numbers, they bounced around. And Civil War basically started at 260,000. It dropped to 250. It jumped to just under 300,000. It ended at 265. So it did have an up and down kind of thing. A lot of different reasons for that, but these numbers were even more impressive. But the really cool thing, and why Marvel was really getting into events at the time, was because of this. While Civil War certainly had massive numbers, the rest of the Marvel titles actually grew. Now, this is a pretty long horizontal graph. You look at it from basically 2005 to 2008, but it gives you a bigger range picture of what happened. And right there, the red, that's when Civil War occurred in 2006 to 2007. So what happened during this time period? Well, Marvel Comics were averaging about 72,000 copies sold before Civil War, and they grew to 94,000 copies sold after Civil War, basically during this event, and they held it. It was basically a 31% trend increase of nearly all of the Marvel titles. Not everybody benefited, and some benefited more, some benefited less. On average, 31% increase in Marvel titles at the time. This is a massive deal. It's one thing to sell an event. It's another thing to raise your entire line. Secret Invasion did a bit of this, but now let's see how things go for Fear itself. So again, looking at the full range, including that issue 0, it was issue 1, actually, Book of the Skull, but the Prelude issue all the way through the epilogue, all of these comics that you see on the screen right now are basically getting this. Okay, so you can already start to see the graph and see a little bit of where it's going. But let's take a look. So the Prelude issue, Book of the Skull, opened at 62,000 copies. Low, for sure, compared to what had happened before, but not completely unusual. I mean, you know, it wasn't tied to the event. It's called Book of the Skull. It had the little branding at the top, but the event itself opened at 128,000. Now, this was basically half of what Secret Invasion opened with earlier. And this is alarm bells, right? Your number one issue, which is going to be your top, opens at 128,000. It immediately drops to 96,000, a pretty steep drop. Now, I guess the good news, the silver lining is it really doesn't drop too much beyond this. Issue 3 is at 95,000, issue 4 is at 93,000, issue 5 is at 90,000, and this would ultimately be the low watermark of the core event, before issue 6 jumped up a little bit to 93, and then issue 7 to 95. Now, if you've been watching these videos, you know that jumping up is a little bit unusual. There's a little bit of a reason for that we're going to get into in a minute. I don't believe it had anything to do with momentum building in the comic, rather things that were going on in comics at the time. But then let's take a look at those 3 epilogue issues. So this, which kind of is, you know, bodes ill for how it's going to do for the rest of the line. The first epilogue issue came in at 60,000. This was revealing that Bucky Cap was not dead. The second issue revealing that Thor wasn't dead, dropped to 58. And then Iron Man dropped to 54. And so basically, even of these 3 epilogue issues that happened kind of one right after another, that was a drop about 6,000 copies just from, you know, the beginning to the end of the epilogue series. But it is ominous that this event came out and stirred so little larger interest that we basically got a pretty steep, a 35,000 copy drop between the end of the event and the things that were immediately following it. All in all, what does this mean? Well, if we look at this chart again, we look at the first issue, we look at the last issue of the series, we had, you know, about a 26% decrease from issue 1 to issue 7. Now, by the way, this was bad at the time, and it was bad compared to some of the other things you've seen. I mean, Secret Invasion did start big with issue 1, but anyway, you know, the current events and because of the variance and speculation and everything else, you know, these issue 1s are much higher than the issues that follow. So this isn't necessarily a catastrophic number. The drop from issue number 1 to number 2 was a 25% decrease. Okay. So let's look at this series again and try and analyze a little bit what happened here, because issues 2 through 7 are a little bit of an anomaly. It's actually is very flat. Now you can say this is just the audience finding itself, but to really understand a little bit what was going on at the time, and maybe a little bit where Marvel shot itself in the foot during the course of the event, we have to do a couple things. First of all, let's go ahead and wipe this out, and let's bring it back again. But this time, let's take out that 0 issues, epilogue issues. Now we're just seeing 1 through 7. We see very clearly what happened. It kicked off, dropped up 20%, and then flattened. All right. So to really get a picture, though, we're going to have to give ourselves a little bit of room. So let's do that. Okay, let's bring this thing back up a little bit of headroom. Okay, now you see Fear itself, and this will give you a little bit of an sense of what was going on in the comic industry at the time. So the problem with Fear itself is that Marvel had a problem of glutting too many things in the stores at one time from itself. And in issue 3, Fear itself, this is the big event Marvel's trying to really sell things on. Keep in mind, the Avengers are in this, the X-Men are in this, Captain America's in this, Spider-Man is in this. What happens at issue 3? Well, the death of Spider-Man over in the Ultimate Universe comes out, and that sells 159,000 copies. So, you know, number one, you know, that's doing better than the actual Fear itself event, just this one copy. It's now competing with its own line, and to make matters worse, the next month, you get the kickoff of Spider Island at 135,000 copies. Captain America #1 relaunch came out at the same time, too. Right around issue 4, and that was also a pretty bad scheduling conflict because you just killed Bucky, and then you have a brand new Captain America #1 where he's off doing his own adventure from the artist of Civil War, I believe. Niven was on that, but you're doing this right in the middle of this event, which is, you know, threatening that Captain America is dead, so not the best scheduling timing. But the real problem for this event and Marvel in general is this. Well, right around issue 5, it's August, I believe, at this time, 2011, out comes Justice League #1, and a month later, out comes Batman #1 and Action Comics #1. This, of course, was the New 52. The New 52 kicks off at this time period, and DC basically dominates the sales charts after this moment. Now, remember earlier I said that 6 and 7 bumped up a little bit, and that was a little unusual? Highly likely it bumped up a little bit because DC brought a bunch of extra people into the shops. I don't think it had anything to do with this event having something special that went on in issue 6. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that you had more interest in comic books because of the big advertising and push the New 52 got. Of course, this wasn't good news for Marvel overall because DC would continue to dominate the sales charts for quite a while. So, all this considered, hey, if it's 2025 and you've got an event coming out that's selling, right close to 100,000 copies, you're probably taking the win. Well, at the time, Fear itself was considered a pretty big disaster. Now, why? Well, I want to remind you of this picture again. Civil War, several years earlier, 5 years earlier, basically gave us a lift to the overall line. Secret Invasion did the same, as did the following brand imprint Dark Reign. So how did Fear itself do for the rest of the Marvel comics?
You can set the table, see what we need.
What's ominous a little bit are the tie-ins itself. Now, nobody expects Hulk versus Dracula to do well, but 17,000 copies for this, it sucks. There's just no way around it. Wolverine, 30,000 copies. X-Force, Uncanny X-Force no less, which was red hot at the time, 39,000 copies for its big tie-in. Fear itself Spider-Man, 34,000. Fear itself Deadpool, doing a absolutely stupid MC Hammer thing, 28,000. These were the core tie-in titles. These numbers are bad. Even by today's standards, they're bad. 2011 standards, they're very catastrophic. So what ultimately happened to the line? Well, first of all, the special event tie-ins were 63% decreased from similar titles during Civil War. This is a massive problem. So what I mean by special tie-ins are, things that are branded, in this case, Fear itself. With Civil War, we had Front Lines, we had a couple Civil War named titles. They didn't do amazing, but they did, 63% better, which is a lot. Now, how about the rest of the line? Remember, basically for Civil War, the Marvel line had a 31% increase during the event for all of their titles. Well, during Fear itself, the ongoing titles actually saw a 29% decrease.
And if you don't want to read them, don't read them.
Meaning, Civil War went up, Fear itself went down. And this ultimately hurt their line, and this started to kick in before the New 52, and the New 52 just basically put an extra bullet in things. So all in all, Fear itself was a pretty bad event for the line in general. Now, you can make a lot of comments here. Creators were leaving, things were turning over, tides were changing, you had a bunch of turnover. So sure, Marvel was about to go headfirst into the all-new Marvel Now era, and, that wasn't the most popular time for them. But all things considered, that's not what you want out of a big event. Events are meant to lift up everything and make some money in the process. So, what happened to Matt Fraction after this? Well, he did wrap up his Iron Man and Thor runs that were going on at the time, and he would go off to do Fantastic Four, Fantastic Foe, or the Fantastic Force. What was this? The Fantastic Force is not right. I can't remember. This bad on me for forgetting this title. But anyway, you had these two titles run side by side. Love the Mike Allred art, by the way. And then he also did Hawkeye, which of course would become his signature work at Marvel. But Fear itself kind of put an end to this rise he was on of being a big event writer who was somebody that they were going to really kind of get behind. Hawkeye was more of an independent thing. Obviously, it pushed kind of what they would do in the Marvel cinematic universe later. But Fear itself kind of put an end to the idea that Fraction was going to be the next big Bendis or the replacement for Miller. Stuart Immonen, on the other hand, he continued to work at Marvel, and he had some pretty high-profile gigs. He did the all-new X-Men with Bendis. He did the all-new Captain America with Rick Remender. And then he went and did a little run on Star Wars. all of which he had a good time. Of course, he did some other work with Mark Miller later. But this was he continues to be an awesome artist. I mean, you can't complain about that. So this is a look at kind of Marvel events at the time. And remember, we've had these four. What we're going to get to here fairly soon is the one that would come right after that, where sales did increase, but it also caused a pretty complicated story for the line. When we do this one, AVX, it's an interesting tale because the sales, while good for the event itself, did some pretty weird things to Marvel's line in general. And then, of course, that was followed up by Infinity by Jonathan Hickman, which would kind of later cement him as the go-to guy for Marvel. But therein, dear viewers, if you lasted this long, this is a story of fear itself. I hope the sales numbers were interesting to you, and thanks for listening. And in this case, there are so many graphs and numbers on here. Thanks for watching.
Okay, Ryan's got a G clock. Yeah, and also another thing I realized with that Ryan show, since she was watching it, a lot of the show is his parents. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not just Ryan. A lot of the show is his parents.
The morning of the Vatican began like this. At 10 in the morning, the opening procession started, leading into the Jubilee Mass for catechists.
Like, it's not
Before
just,
35,000 faithful,
him,
Pope Leo XIV delivered his homily, placing special emphasis on family, being the place where faith begins.
I primi catechisti sono I nostri genitori, coloro che ci hanno parlato per primi e ci hanno insegnato a parlare. Come abbiamo imparato la nostra lingua madre, così l'annuncio della fede non può essere delegato ad altri, ma accade lì dove viviamo, anzitutto nelle nostre case.
He also explained the role of a catechist and the importance of their mission in keeping the faith alive and teaching others the way of the church.
Il nome del ministero che svolgete viene dal verbo greco katechen, che significa istruire a viva voce, far risuonare. Ciò vuol dire che il catechista è persona di parola, una parola che pronuncia con la propria vita. Tutti siamo stati educati a credere mediante la testimonianza di chi ha creduto prima di noi, da bambini e da ragazzi, da giovani, poi da adulti e anche da anziani. I catechisti ci accompagnano nella fede condividendo un cammino costante.
The most moving moment was when the 39 catechists were called one by name.
I just told you that plate was hot, bro.
Eccomi. After presenting themselves, they each received a crucifix from the Pope's hands as a sign of their vocation and mission. At the conclusion of the Mass, a moment caught the attention of many. A little girl spontaneously ran toward the Pope with joy and received his blessing.
What about that? We gotta do lunch, too.
Yeah, David had to Baba.
Do you want PB&J or do you want cheese?
I love how camping's full of surprises. Except when the surprise is an allergy attack. Luckily, I've got Claritin D. Get fast, powerful relief from your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. It starts working in as little as 30 minutes. Claritin clears. Use as directed.
You want PB&J?
The Book of Revelation, also known as the Apocalypse of St. John, is the most controversial book in the Bible. Reading it is a fascinating, mesmerizing experience. It's filled with dramatic images, compelling symbols, and enduring themes. But what do we know about who wrote it and why? Let's get into it. Howdy, folks. We're into our second year now on the Jimmy Akin Podcast, and you can help me keep making the podcast and get early access to new episodes by going to patreon.com/Jimmy Akin Podcast. Revelation is so rich and thick with symbols that it can be daunting, and not just for ordinary lay people. Many ministers hesitate to tackle it. Now, for example, it was the only book of the New Testament that the Protestant reformer John Calvin didn't write a commentary on. But countless other authors have written commentaries and other books expounding Revelation and what they think it means. These books contain a bewildering array of different and conflicting interpretations, which contributes to the controversy surrounding it. In recent years, there has been a flood of books, movies, and videos about Revelation. Many explore what various prophecy experts hold might happen or will happen in the near future. An example is Hal Lindsey's 1970 book, The Late Great Planet Earth, which sold millions of copies and led him to write popular follow-up books like The 1980s, Countdown to Armageddon, The Terminal Generation, and Planet Earth, The Final Chapter. In such works, Lindsey and other authors taught their readers to expect an imminent rapture, where all true Christians would be caught up to be with Jesus in heaven, while all hell breaks loose on earth. And the rapture is something we can talk about in a future episode. A set of books that popularized these ideas in a fictional format was the Left Behind series by Tim LaHaye and Jerry Jenkins. Spanning 16 volumes, these novels imagined what the world would be like before, during, and after the rapture and related events. Despite the fact they were fiction, they claimed to be based on what Revelation predicts for our actual future. It's a perennial temptation to see the events of Revelation as being fulfilled in one's own day. For the last 2,000 years, many have thought that the world was about to end, and numerous authors have predicted exactly when in their own lifetimes it would happen. What all these efforts has in common is the fact that, so far, all of these predictions have been wrong. They've all failed. Scholars have dubbed the enterprise of interpreting Revelation in terms of current events newspaper exegesis. Exegesis is the study of how to interpret a text, and newspaper exegesis involves bending Revelation and other prophetic texts to fit whatever happens to be in the news. Some evangelicals even have weekly radio and TV programs devoted to looking at current news items and reading them in light of what they take to be Bible prophecy. But is this the right approach? Should we really assume that the book of Revelation is talking about events in our near future and that the world is about to end? The controversy over the book is principally due to the question of how it should be interpreted, and the different principles used to interpret it are responsible for the bewildering variety of theories that people have claimed it supports. This is the first in a series of occasional episodes where we'll be looking at the mystery of the book of Revelation.
If you reach the highest one,
of course, Revelation is one of the books of the New Testament. Many assume that it was the last book of the Bible to be written, but that's something we don't know. Other books may have been written later. One reason people think Revelation was written last is the fact that it's printed in the back of the Bible, making it the last in canonical order. This is because Revelation contains prophecies that describe the end of the world, so it's logical to place it last in sequence. But just because it's last in logical order doesn't mean it was written last in chronological order. The book of Revelation is also unique because although the Old Testament contains many prophetic books, Revelation is the only one in the New Testament. The four Gospels and the New Testament letters do contain individual prophecies, but only Revelation is devoted entirely to the subject of prophecy. Revelation is also different from the prophetic books of the Old Testament in that works like Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel contain prophecies that the prophets received at various points in their careers, and then their books collect these prophecies and weave them together with historical incidents from their lives. By contrast, Revelation presents its prophetic material as a single grand vision. We even know what day of the week the author began receiving it. It was a Sunday, because he tells us that it began when I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet saying, "Write what you see in a book." So on the Lord's day, or Sunday, John received the vision that he wrote in the book. It's possible that he saw all of the vision on a single day, or it's possible that it started on a Sunday, but he saw it in parts, and he just doesn't mention the gaps between the individual visions. One way or the other, he apparently received all of it in a short space of time rather than over a lengthy prophetic career.
Hey, hurry up.
The book is also different in another way. While the Old Testament prophetic books are written to a general audience of Jews, Revelation is written to a very specific audience. In fact, its literary form is that of a letter. It uses the standard opening for first-century letters, which involved the formula sender to receivers. Thus, after an opening title and exhortation, we read John to the 7 churches that are in Asia. The Asia being referred to here is not the continent of Asia, but the ancient Roman province of Asia Minor, which is in the western part of the continent of Asia, in the western part of what is now Turkey. And we know that there were more than 7 churches in Asia Minor at the time, but John is writing to 7 of them because 7 is a number that symbolizes completeness. So in a way, John is writing to all churches. The book of Revelation is thus, in essence, a gigantic letter communicating the prophetic material that the author received in his vision. And by ancient standards, Revelation was gigantic. As E. Randolph Richards writes in his book Paul and First Century Letter Writing, in the approximately 14,000 private letters from Greco-Roman antiquity, the average letter was about 87 words, ranging in length from 18 to 209 words. Well, by contrast, Revelation is 9,852 words long in Greek, making it more than 100 times the size of a normal letter. It's longer than any other letter in the New Testament, and it's almost as long as the Gospel of Mark. John's readers must have been astonished when they got it. Now, when inspired in Scripture, God used the knowledge and background of the biblical authors, and it's clear that John had a detailed, intimate knowledge of the Old Testament prophetic books. Revelation contains more than 100 references to them. And now that Jesus had come, the author realized that the whole prophetic enterprise of the Hebrew Bible was coming together and being crowned by his work. As scholar Richard Bauckham states in his book The Climax of Prophecy, John understood his prophecy to be the climax of the tradition of Old Testament prophecy, because in the revelation made to him by Jesus Christ was disclosed the secret of the divine purpose for the final coming of the kingdom of God. John thus realized that he was writing a work that summed up and brought to culmination the labors of all the biblical prophets before him. So Revelation is a momentous book. What do we know about who wrote the book of Revelation? Well, 4 times the book identifies its author as John, but John was an extremely popular name at the time. In fact, John was the 5th most common name for Jewish men in Palestine in this period. The fact that the author doesn't further identify himself, like calling himself John Mark, John the son of Zebedee, or John of Jerusalem, shows that he must have been well known to his audience. He only says that he is your brother and partner in the tribulation and the kingdom and the patient endurance that are in Jesus. The only biographical detail he adds is that when he saw the vision, he was on the island called Patmos on account of the Word of God and the testimony of Jesus. Patmos is a small Greek island in the Aegean Sea. It's only 13 square miles in size. The fact John says that he was on the island because of the testimony of Jesus could mean that he was there on an evangelizing mission. But the context of persecution and tribulation has convinced most scholars that John was on Patmos as a punishment for his Christian preaching. That's led some people to claim that Patmos was a penal colony. You know, they had a prison there. But the evidence doesn't support that. It's more likely that John had been banished or exiled to Patmos from some major city. Banishment was a common way of dealing with troublesome upper-class individuals as an alternative to execution or forced labor. A person in exile would be allowed to live in a remote location away from where he had been causing trouble. And this seems to have been why John was on Patmos. He seems to have been exiled there, most likely from the major nearby city of Ephesus. There's also a question, though, of which John wrote Revelation. Historically, the most popular view is that it was John, son of Zebedee, one of the 12 apostles. This view can be traced to as early as AD 155, when it was endorsed in the writings of St. Justin Martyr. In his dialogue with Trypho the Jew, he stated, "There was a certain man with us, whose name was John, one of the apostles of Christ, who prophesied by a revelation that was made to him." However, there's disagreement about this in the early church fathers. Some say that they don't know who wrote Revelation and they doubt its apostolic authorship. Others say that it wasn't written by the apostle, but it was written by another John who they knew about, and this was John the Elder or John the Presbyter. Elder and presbyter mean the same thing. According to these early sources, John the Elder was not one of the 12, but he was an eyewitness of the ministry of Christ. In later years, he and John, son of Zebedee, both lived in Ephesus, resulting in 2 famous Johns having their tombs there. Some church fathers also attribute some of the Johannine books in the New Testament to John the Elder. St. Jerome reports that many held him to be the author of 2nd and 3rd John, an assessment that Pope Benedict XVI agreed with. And some in the early church suggested that John the Elder was the John who wrote Revelation. This may be supported by the fact that John the Apostle was an uneducated Galilean fisherman from the lower class, and not the kind of person who would receive the mild punishment of exile. It's been argued that John the Elder was a member of the Jerusalem aristocracy, which could explain why he got exile. And the option of exile was often applied to members of the upper class when the death penalty would have been used on members of the lower class who had committed the same crime.
You need your folder.
Whoever wrote the book, the reason why it was written is made clear in its opening verse, which describes it as the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show to his servants the things that must soon take place. The term revelation, in Greek apokalypsis, is the origin of our word apocalypse. That's why the book is sometimes called the Revelation of John and sometimes the Apocalypse of John, or more simply, the Book of Revelation. And by the way, the word is singular, not plural. It's revelation, not revelations. If you say revelations, plural, you'll signal that you don't have any real knowledge of the book since you aren't getting its name right. So don't do that. In the 1st century, the word revelation meant what it does now, a revealing. So the book reveals information given by Jesus Christ. And that information concerns what must soon take place from John's 1st century perspective. He's writing to warn his readers of a series of events in the Roman world that would involve the persecution of Christians and God's judgment on the pagan world order that oppressed them. So, what were these persecutions and what were the coming judgments? Those are things we'll talk about in an upcoming episode. We're now into our 2nd year of the Jimmy Akin Podcast, and I want to thank all of our viewers and listeners for joining us. If you like this content, you can help me out by liking, commenting, writing a review, sharing the podcast, and subscribing. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure and hit the bell notification so you always get notified when I have a new video. And I do need your help to keep making the podcast. You can do that and get early access to new episodes by going to patreon.com/Jimmy Akin Podcast. Thank you. I'll see you next time.